What's up, everyone? My name is Iceman. Welcome back to Microsoft Flight Simulator X Steam Edition. We are on the welcome to the Learning Center series. We are on the very last part of the Learning Center. Yeah, that's right. We've finished pretty much everything. We've done everything. We've done all of this, all of Private Pilot, all of Instrument Pilot, all of Commercial Pilot, and we are on the last bit. Only 3 lessons. We are on the last bit. We are on the Airline Transport Pilot. This is arguably going to be the hardest of the Learning Center. It's going to be the hardest part of it, but we're going to get to it. And we're going to continue, and we're going to do this. And there were some bugs in the regular box version of FSX, so we're going to try this and see if it works. It's going to be pretty hard, I think, but ATP, so Airline Transport Pilot Lessons Overview. Airline Transport Pilot Certificate. Most commercial airline pilots who fly jets have an Airline Transport Pilot ATP certificate. This is the pinnacle in acquiring your Flight Simulator Aviator skills. Learn how to fly in the Boeing 737-800 jet. It takes some dedication and commitment, but the rewards are worth it. Offer the challenge, follow these steps. Airline Transport Pilot ATP Lesson 1 Jet Checkout. Take off from Seattle Tacoma International Airport, climb to 12,000 feet, perform some turns, descend back towards Seattle and land at the same airport which you departed. Lesson 2, Descent and Energy Management. This is a bitch, I remember. Starting at flight level 280, 28,000 feet, plan your descent to cross the Payne VOR at precisely 8,000 feet. It takes planning and constant calculating to take a fast-moving jet from cruise flight to the approach phase of flight. Lesson 3, Fort ILS Approach. Fly a Fort ILS approach, which includes a course reversal maneuver called a procedure turn. Combining the complexities of the approach, bad weather, and a busy cockpit make this a challenging lesson. ATP solo flights. So, to help you prepare for your check ride, practice the skills the examiner will be looking for during the flight. The solo flights will help you develop your takeoff, landing, descent, and instrument approach skills. I'll use the solo flights to kind of train. And then finally we've got the ATP check ride. Put all the ATP skills together in a flight from Portland, Oregon to Boeing Field in Seattle, Washington. You'll take off, climb to cruise altitude, plan your descent, and fly a Fort ILS approach into Boeing Field. The weather will present challenges as will all the Boeing 737 cockpit duties. When you pass this check ride, you receive the Flight Simulator ATP certificate. That's going to be an absolute bitch. Well, let's do it. I will say that I don't know much about flying airlines, so I'm going to be learning as well in this stuff. When I do the lessons and stuff, I'm going to be learning as well. I know the basics, but I don't know the ins and outs of it. So I'm going to be learning as well. But I will still do my best to explain what he's saying, because I'm a very fast learner. Lesson 1 Jet Checkout. There she is. Let's see how long this is. That's not bad. Lesson 1 Boeing 737 Checkout, where Rod Machado. Before we begin, I'm going to get some food, because I'm hungry. Alright, let's begin. The challenges of moving up to the Boeing 737 include the need for different procedures and management of complex systems. It's not the Cessna Skyhawk. No shit. To get checked out on the Boeing 737, you'll need to list some key items, settings, and procedures. Successfully planning your flight is the key to flying the jet. In this lesson, you'll take off, fly a simple flight with a few turns, and set up for controlled descent and landing. You'll never be the same after that first landing. No, I don't mean you'll be hunched over in need of a chiropractor either. I mean you'll have such a big smile on your face that your neighbors will think you were trying to show off a new set of teeth. His jokes are annoying, man. About the 737-800. The 737-800 has a maximum weight takeoff of 174,200 pounds, or 79,010 kilograms. Measures 129 feet, 6 inches long, with a wingspan of 112 feet 7 inches, and has a maximum height of 41 feet 2 inches before a first attempt at landing it. The airplane cruises at 0.785 Mach, 530 miles per hour. So it's almost, speed of sound, but not quite. Over a maximum range of 3,383 statute miles, at a maximum altitude of 41,000 feet. All while carrying 162 to 189 passengers. As every airline chooses their own configurations for seating, the number of available seats will vary from airline to airline and from airplane to airplane. Basic jet procedures. To gain better understanding for flying this Boeing 737-800 flight simulator, we will examine a variety of information regarding the airplane and its various flight configurations. This information includes airspeed settings, various flight profiles, and key flight instruments. We will organize this information in the following common phases of flight. If you want a super simplified approach to flying this Boeing 737-800, you see Quick Start. And Quick Start is this. Okay. This is the Quick Start, but we're not going to read that. Flight profiles. Flight profiles refer to the configuration of the aircraft with respect to airspeed, power, pitch, flap position, and gear. It has nothing to do with how you look from the outside of the jet when flying and facing straight ahead. Each different phase of flight, takeoff, cruise, descent, approach, and landing, requires you to follow a specific profile. The key to a successful flight requires managing these settings. We will go into more detail on each of the different phases of flight and the specific settings used for the corresponding flight profile. What is a flight profile? Flight profiles, are preset configurations used for the different phases of flight. Preset here means that an airline or aircraft manufacturer has established appropriate parameters that assure safe and controlled flight for a given phase. Typical phases of flight include takeoff, departure, level cruise, descent, initial approach, and a host of instrument approaches that the aircraft is certified to fly, such as ILS, VOR, NDB, GPS, Cat3, and so on. Profiles tell the pilot how to configure and fly the airplane each point of the flight and provide guidance during the transitions. Actual speeds and weights are not typically included on a profile, where standard operational procedures dictate that the pilot look up these values in the performance charts. Where speeds are, quote, particular, they are listed on the profile. For the enjoyment of your lesson, and to keep your brain from exploding, we have included minimum details necessary to facilitate your knowledge and understanding. Here are links to quick reference charts with different profiles discussed in this article. Take time to review and perhaps print each of these profiles and then have fun putting the information to use. Feel free to pause the simulator to your heart's content where you get used to interpreting the information. Otherwise, the overloaded information may cause your heart to pause. Remember, these profiles have been put together to help simplify understanding and facilitate an enjoyable session flying the Boeing 737-800 in Flight Simulator. These profiles do not represent all issues, performance parameters, or any specific airline or manufacturer published procedures. So have fun and think of all that goes on in the next time we fly a commercial airliner. Take off. Boeing 737-800 takeoff procedures. Notes. So Boeing 737. Okay. So the action. On the runway. Line up on the runway center line. Set flaps to 5. Add power to approximately 40-50% at N1. Release brakes. So takeoff power at 95% N1. We'll get into all that. Speed 154 knots indicated. Rotate. Pitch up to 20 degrees nose up at a rate of 3 degrees per second. When positive rate, gear up. Positive rate means when your vertical speed indicator shows a positive rate, meaning you're climbing and you're not descending or staying at the same altitude. So if the vertical speed is registering that you're climbing, then you do gear up. Positive rate is when both the vertical speed indicator and altimeter show a positive increase. Well, I forgot about the altimeter, but you know, that's it's funny that I explained it before I even read this. But yeah, this is correct. Vertical speed indicator and altimeter show positive increase. Reaching 1,000 feet AGO. So, flaps up after 1,000 feet above ground level. Your speed should be at least 180 knots at this point. I will say that below 10,000 feet in the USA, you're not allowed to go past 250 knots. Military can be an exception, but depending on where you are. But in general, 250 knots or less, and you need your landing light on. Set climb power to 90% N1. So on takeoff, it's 95% N1. On when you reach 100,000 feet, 90% N1. Lower the pitch to 15 degrees nose up. Target airspeed 200 knots. Climbing through 2,500 feet. Reduce pitch to between 10 and 12 degrees nose up, and accelerate to 250 knots. Remaining in the traffic pattern. So when you climb through 2,500 feet, reduce pitch between 10 and 12 degrees nose up and accelerate to 250 knots. Okay. Remaining in the pattern, traffic pattern, pitch to 5 degrees nose up and level off at 3,000 feet above ground level. Reduce power to 40 to 45% N1. Keep your speed at or below 200 knots when you're in the traffic pattern. Turn left to the downward heading using 25 to 30 degrees bank, 180 degrees from takeoff heading. Okay. Climbing through 10,000 feet to cruise altitude. Reduce pitch to 6 degrees. Accelerate to between 280 and 310 knots. See, when you're past 10,000 feet, then you can go faster. Accelerate to between 280 and 310 knots. Reaching your target speed, increase pitch to 9 degrees and 10 degrees nose up and maintain that speed. 9 to 10 degrees nose up, sorry. Leveling off at cruise altitude. At 1,000 feet before target altitude, reduce rate of climb to 1,500 feet per minute. 100 feet before your target altitude, reduce pitch to 2 degrees nose up. Simultaneously reduce power to 70 to 72% N1. Trim elevator for level flight. That's if you're not using autopilot. So that's when you take off. Straight in visual approach. Boeing 737-800 straight in visual approach. So intercepting the final approach course heading. So this is where it gets complicated. Hold on, let me take a bite here. Your target altitude is 3,000 to 5,000 feet AGL. Okay. 15 to 20 nautical miles from the airport. Set flaps to 5. Set power between 53 and 55% N1. Pitch 5 to 6 degrees for level flight. See, the reason you have to do that is because when you lower the N1, when you lower your throttles basically, the slower you're going. So to keep level flight, you need to raise your nose a little bit. So pitch 5 to 6 degrees for level flight. Target speed, 170 knots. Line up with the center line. Approaching 10 nautical miles from the airport. Gear down. Set flaps to 15. Set power between 62 and 64% and 1 if necessary for extended level flight. Target speed 160 knots. So when you're 10 nautical miles from the airport, what this means is you put your gear down when you're 10 nautical miles from the airport. You set plus to 15, set power. And you want to have a target speed of 160 knots while approaching 10 nautical miles from the airport. That makes sense. Just before the VASI and or glide slip intercept, 1 dot low. Set flaps to 30. Set power between 53 and 58% and 1. Pitch 0 to 2 degrees nose up. Descend at 800 feet per minute once established on the VASI or glide slope. Target speed is 150 knots, or appropriate VREF speed, reference speed for your weight. On final, set flaps to 30. Set power between 53 and 58% and 1. Set pitch to 0 degrees. Okay. What was that? Target speed 150 knots. Begin at 700 to 800 feet per minute descent once on VASI or glide slope. Caution threshold. Smoothly reduce power to idle. Gradually pitch up to 3 degrees. Nose up. Touch down and remain on the center line. Apply reverse thrust. Apply brakes. Disengage thrust reverses. Okay. So that's when you're landing. How to land an ILS approach. Actually, landing in a traffic ban. We'll do that next. Because this is VFR. So landing a Boeing 737-800 in a traffic ban. Enter the downwind leg. Altitude 3,000 feet above ground level. Target airspeed 180 knots indicated. Set flaps to 5. Set power between 40 to 40 and 45% and 1. Descend at 700 to 750 feet per minute down to the pattern altitude. 1,500 feet AGO. I thought it was higher. It's supposed to be higher for airlines and stuff, fast jets. At pattern altitude, set power to 50 to 52% and 1. Set pitch 5 degrees to 6 degrees for level flight. Target airspeed 170 knots. Opposite point 3 nautical miles from end of runway. Gear down, set flaps to 5. Set pitch between 5 to 6 degrees for level flight. Power set to between 60 and 62% and 1. Target speed 160 knots. On base leg, set flaps to 25. Set power between 63 and 65% and 1. Target speed 160 to 150 knots. Begin 5 to 700 feet per minute descent as necessary to intercept the glide slope. Pitch 3 degrees nose up for descent. On final, set flaps to 30. Set power between 53 and 58% and 1. Set pitch to 0 degrees. Target speed 150 knots. Begin 800 feet per minute descent once on the VASI or glide slope. Crushing the threshold. Smooth use power to idle. Pitch up to 3 degrees nose up. Touchdown and stay on the center line. Apply reverse thrust. Apply brakes. Disengage thrust reverses. So that's that. And then finally, how to land an ILS approach. How to land after an ILS instrument approach. Initial segment of approach. Begin approach at or below 10,000 feet. Airspeed slowed to at or below 200 knots indicated. Set flaps to 1. No, that's not 1. Set flaps to 10. Unless you can do 1. Other than that, okay, set flaps to 1, I guess. Set power to between 50 to 52% and 1. Pitch altitude for level flight will be 5 to 6 degrees nose up. Complete approach checklist. During descent planning, determine target speeds and flap settings. Intercept for final approach course heading 200 degrees 4 degrees off final approach course. Set flaps to 5. Set power between 53 and 55% N1. Pitch between 5 and 6 degrees for level flight. Target speed 170 knots. Look for localized movement on the CDI, cross deviation indicator. If cleared for the approach, arm the approach button autopilot mode on the mode control panel MCP if using autopilot. Glide slope alive. Gear down. Set flaps to 15. If necessary for extended level flight, set power to between 62 and 64% N1. Target speed 160 knots. Just before Vazio glide slope intercept, 1 dot low on the glide slope. Set flaps to 30. Set power between 50 and 58% N1. Set pitch between 0 and 2 degrees nose up. Descend at 800 feet per minute once established on the Vazio glide slope. Target speed. Use appropriate VRF speed for your weight, or use 150 knots using default flight simulator settings. A glide slope intercept. Flaps are at 30. Let's see. Power should be in the range of 53 to 58% N1. Target speed should be slowed to 150 to 155 knots. Set pitch at 0 degrees. Establish 700 to 800 feet per minute descent now on the glide slope. Maintain localizer and glide slope. Maintain airspeed within plus 10 knots or minus 5 knots. Now, this is if you're hand flying it. You can also use autopilot if you want. Crossing the threshold. Smoothly reduce power to idle. Gradually pitch up to 3 degrees nose up. Touch down and remain on the center line. Apply reverse thrust. Apply brakes if auto brakes when not set. Disengage thrust reverses. So that's ILS. So takeoff. Figuring out aircraft takeoff weight, And to figure out takeoff weight. Setting the flaps for takeoff. Determining takeoff speeds. Determining a flap retraction schedule or speeds. And the flap retraction schedule and stuff is not really fully implemented in FSX. You have to use like PMDG for that shit. Cruise. Choosing the final altitude and airspeed for cruise, either for the traffic pattern or route of flight. Descent. More on this in ATP Lesson 2. Figuring out when to start the descent for landing, determining the landing weight, choosing the flap setting for landing, determining the VREF bug speeds for landing. Approach. Speed management, aircraft configuration management. Landing, configuration changes, flying in ILS a visual approach pattern, greasing it on the center line, stopping the airplane. Takeoff. So he goes. Does he go into it all? Yeah, he does. Takeoff. Understanding takeoff weight. One of the key pieces of data for flying the Boeing 737-800 is its weight. The weight of the aircraft is used during several phases of flight to determine items such as takeoff and landing airspeeds as well as flap extension or retraction speeds. As you blaze around the airways, you burn fuel. The more fuel you burn, the lighter the jet becomes. The key factor here is that your weight will decrease from the start of your flight through to the end, so that basically means you need to always calculate your weight on every phase of flight. The key weights you must know are the takeoff weight and landing weight. Each of these weights, combined with the outside temperature and density altitude, will be used to determine the proper airspeeds for takeoff and landing. Sounds complex? It can be, but we will make things very simple using a few assumptions along with the flight simulator default settings or the Boeing 737-800. The 737-800 has several weight limitations. Maximum taxi weight 174,700 pounds, 79,243 kilograms. Maximum takeoff weight 174,200 pounds. 7,016 kilograms. Maximum landing weight 146,300 pounds, 66,361 kilograms. Maximum zero fuel weight 138,300 pounds, 62,732 kilograms. Default aircraft weights in Flight Simulator. Maximum takeoff weight 174,200 pounds, 79,016 pounds. Maximum fuel load 46,063 pounds, 20,894 kilograms. Maximum zero fuel weight 138,300 pounds, 60,732 kilograms. You might notice that the maximum taxi weight is higher than the maximum takeoff weight. This is to allow for the extra fuel you will burn taxiing around the airport and waiting in line for takeoff behind all those other aircraft that got here before you did. Also, notice that the maximum landing weight is less than the maximum takeoff weight. This means that you cannot just decide to land immediately after takeoff. The airplane might be too heavy, so planning for a longer loop back for landing may be required. Zero fuel weight is the weight of the aircraft, all the baggage, and all the passengers without any fuel on board. The zero fuel weight is important to know so that you can determine the actual weight of your aircraft at any time. Just add the current weight of your fuel to your zero fuel weight and you have your current weight. There's a little bit of math here. Actually, it goes into it here. Calculating. Okay. There's basic math here. So again, to determine the actual weight of your aircraft, add the current weight of your fuel. So how much fuel you have, okay? So to your zero fuel weight and your current weight. So if your zero fuel weight is, let's say, 1,000 pounds, okay? That's an example. If your zero fuel weight, zero fuel weight, sorry, can't speak. If that is 1,000 pounds, and the current weight of your fuel is 2,000 pounds, then your current actual weight of the aircraft is 3,000 pounds. 1,000 plus 2,000 equals 3,000. Okay. So again, one more time. If the zero fuel weight is, let's say, 1,000 pounds, and your current fuel on board, that after flying, your current fuel state shows 2,000 pounds left in the tanks. Then your current weight, sorry, of the aircraft is 3,000 pounds. Okay. The one variable you have easy access to in Flight Simulator is your fuel load. The Boeing 737-800 has 3 fuel tanks: left main, right main, and center tanks. Default fuel loads for the Boeing 737-800 in Flight Simulator. Right main, 8,630 pounds, 4,876 kilograms, 1,288 gallons. For pilots, we never use gallons. We always use kilograms or pounds. So we always use pound. You always use the weight, not the amount. Okay. Center, 28,803 pounds. 16,273 kilograms, 4,299 gallons. Left main, 8,630 pounds, 4,876 kilograms, 1,288 gallons. Total, 46,063 pounds, 26,025 kilograms, 6,875 gallons. Death distracted me, where was I? Here. With these numbers, the total fuel weight comes out to be 46,063 pounds, 20,894 kilograms. Wait, no. Wait, which one is it? Fuck. Is it this or this? I'm not sure which one it is. To figure out airplane zero fuel weight, To figure out our airplane's zero fuel weight, which we will use as a base value later on, we subtract the fuel weight from the maximum takeoff weight of 174,200 pounds, which is up here, to arrive at 128,137 pounds, 58,122 kilograms. So what this means is, so to figure out your current rate, remember, you take your zero fuel weight, whatever that may be, and you add your however much fuel you have in your tanks in total to that zero fuel weight, and then you have your current weight. But to figure out the airplane's zero fuel weight, if you don't know what it is, because you might be thinking, why do you have to figure that out? Isn't that just, you know, why do you have to calculate the zero fuel weight? Isn't that just given to you? The answer is no. And the reason is because, think about it. You may be flying a cargo 737-800 or whatever. You may be flying a 737-800 cargo version or whatever. You may be flying one that's cargo, and as a result, you're not going to have passengers, and you're not going to have baggage, but you will have the cargo. So like he said up here, zero fuel weight is the weight of the aircraft, all the baggage and all the passengers, but without any fuel on board. So depending on which version of the aircraft you're flying and how many passengers you have and shit like that, and how much baggage you have in the airplane, you need to figure out the zero fuel weight, because that shit changes. I think Death is mad at me. He wants me to play BDO, and I'm like, well, I'm doing this right now, and he's like, fuck, hurry up. And it's like, well, sorry, bro. You know, BDO is not 100% my priority right now. Alright, so, like he said, with these numbers, the total fuel weight comes out to be 46,660 pounds, 20,894 kilograms. To figure out the airplane's zero fuel weight, which uses the base value, we subtract the fuel weight from the maximum takeoff weight. So our total fuel weight is 46,000, okay? 63, right? So we subtract this from the maximum takeoff weight, which is 174,200 pounds. So we take the maximum takeoff weight, which is static. So 174,000 minus 46,063, and we get 128,137 pounds. And for the kilograms, you just take, let's see, where's up here? 7,016 kilograms minus 20,894 kilograms, and then you get 58,120 kilograms, okay? That's how you do that, so you do the math there. Okay, so calculating your current fuel weight. To figure out your current fuel weight, press Alt to bring up the main menu and choose aircraft fuel, or press the Alt plus A plus F. Simplify the numbers. If all this is too much math, you can simplify the numbers by, quote, number 1, looking up your current fuel weight as described above, so here, and adding 100,000 pounds or 45,455 kilograms. I don't know how that logic works, but that doesn't make any sense. I'd rather just do this, because this is so much easier. Because this is the proper way to do it up here, so I don't know. I don't understand how this works, okay? I don't understand the simplification. So don't worry about this, okay? Don't do this. Just worry about this, okay? Takeoff flaps, when to apply them, not remove them. Commercial aircraft utilize different flap settings during takeoff based on weight, runway length, temperature, density, altitude, and surface conditions. An involved process determines the optimum flap setting for any given takeoff. This may be one reason that airlines hire an extra pilot or two to help do some of the math. However, to simplify things, we would standardize in using a flap setting of 5, so 5 for takeoff, and with flight simulator default settings. I will say that in the solo, in the check ride for Airline Transport Pilot, I think you're solo. I think you have someone in the right or left, but they're just testing you. I'm not sure exactly how that works, but you got to do everything on your own. It's a bitch. Takeoff speed management. Determining takeoff speeds. Speed management in the Boeing 737 is essential. The process used to determine the precise speeds during takeoff and landing can be complex and involve lookup tables, but not looking under them. Aircraft configurations, weights, temperatures, and density altitudes, just a list of few. For our lesson, we will keep things simple by assuming outside conditions follow the standard day curve. So standard day. Standard conditions are considered 15 degrees Celsius at sea level and temperatures decreasing 2 Celsius per 1,000 feet of elevation increase. Also 29902 on the inches of mercury, or 1013 hectopascals, I believe it is. V-speeds. For takeoff, we will be most concerned with 3 key airspeeds, V1, VR, and V2. V1, VR's rotate speed. These 3 speeds form the collection called V-speeds. The key to selecting the correct V-speed relies on aircraft weight, outside conditions, and the flap setting used for takeoff. Assuming the default flight simulator weight for the Boeing 737-800 standard conditions, and limiting flaps to a setting of 5, we can simplify the choices to one set of values. V1 is the takeoff decision speed. So V1 is the takeoff decision speed. Based upon aircraft takeoff weight, temperature, and density altitude, you will need a certain size runway for safe takeoff. There is a point after you have set full takeoff power where you must decide to abort the takeoff or continue to fly. In the Boeing 737, this point is determined using airspeed and is designated as V1. On takeoff roll prior to reaching V1, you should have the ability to cut the power, apply maximum braking, and come to a safe stop before reaching the end of the runway. That includes reverse thrusters, by the way. Thereby preventing your jet from becoming an impressive but awkward looking dirt bike. Hey, it says dirt bike! I'm impressed. After accelerating past V1, you're committed to becoming airborne. Based on the assumptions made above, we use 150 knots indicated as our V1 speed in this lesson. To make it easy. It's more precise than that, but to make it easy, we're doing 150 knots as V1. VR is the rotation speed. So, to explain this, VR is the takeoff decision speed, so it's basically the speed, and it's calculated based on weight and stuff like that, like he says. Basically, it's the point at which, during takeoff rule, that you decide, okay, I have to take off, or I can stop in emergency. And when you accelerate past V1, you have to take off. Because if you apply maximum braking at that point, you're gonna overrun the runway and you're gonna crash into something. You're not gonna be able to make it to the end of the runway, or you're gonna go past the end of the runway and probably crash. VR is the rotation speed. This is the speed at which you ease back on the elevator, raise the nose to appropriate pitch, plus 20 degrees, and lift off. We use 154 knots indicated airspeed as the VR speed, the rotate speed. One thing to consider about the Boeing 737-800 is that you can accidentally strike the tail on the takeoff if you pitch up too aggressively at rotation, leaving you to make up a tall tail about the newly shortened tail. To prevent a tail strike, rotate to 20 degrees nose up at a rate no faster than 3 degrees per second. Figure 1-1, just after takeoff rotation. V2 is the minimum safe speed, very important. Should an engine fail immediately after V1, you will have enough power to complete the takeoff. with the necessary climb rate and terrain clearance. Because takeoff can be accomplished using a variety of flap settings, an airspeed of V2 plus 15 knots is used as the 2-engine climb speed to ensure minimum maneuvering speed for all takeoff flap settings. So what this basically means is, if an engine fails after V1, so V2 is the minimum safe speed. So what that means is, if you're taking off and you're past V2, so you're past it, you're faster than V2, you will be safe if an engine fails. That's one engine failing or whatever. You'll be safe. So it's the minimum safe speed. So if an engine fails before V2, you're basically fucked. If you listen to a flight crew during takeoff roll, you would hear the non-flying pilot call out the following items. 80 knots. Cross-check systems and ensure everything is, quote, in the green. V1. Now past the point of no return, takeoff will continue. Rotate. Time to lift off. Positive rate. The VSI and airspeed indicators show a positive trend. Gear up. Flying pilot commands the non-flying pilot to raise the gear. See, that's why they have two pilots. They have the non-flying pilot raising the gear for him, because otherwise the pilot would have to take his hands off the controls. And that's dangerous at that time. 1,000 feet. Flat retraction altitude. Power settings. So far we reviewed the required speed to takeoff in relation to our aircraft weight and ambient conditions. How do we set power so that the aircraft will accelerate as slow to our new target speed? Figure 1-2 engine gauges. Power in a turbine jet aircraft is not measured in flat RPM, revolutions per minute, as with a piston engine powered aircraft. Power in a turbine engine is measured in percent of maximum RPM. In a percent of maximum RPM, where maximum RPM is the certified or rated power output of the engine. There are 2 points of measure important to the Boeing 737-800 pilot. The RPM of the low pressure turbine shaft, so this is a high bypass engine. Low pressure turbine shaft called N1, and the RPM of the high pressure turbine shaft called N2. And so I don't know why they call it N1, N2, but that's what they call it. N1 is the percent of maximum RPM of the low pressure turbine shaft of the engine. N1 is the value that best correlates to the power output of the engine. This is the value you set by moving the throttles to adjust your target airspeeds. N2 is the percent of maximum RPM of the high pressure turbine shaft of the engine. This measures the speed of the tips of the turbine compressor blades. At any point of power production, the speed of the high pressure compressor fans should never exceed the designed maximum RPM limitations. Monitoring N2 enables us to guard against this. In this lesson we focus on N1 and we use N1 to percent. We use N1% to set power. So N2 is basically, it's very important, but it's not as important for these lessons as N1 is. By the way, with N1, you might think, it's like a piston aircraft, give full power, like full throttle, and then N1 100% or whatever, give full power to take off. No, you don't do that. You don't do that in this. In a jet, you only give full absolute power if you absolutely need it, but it's not efficient on the engines. It's not efficient. The engines are producing their maximum thrust if you do that. How to take off. Now that we've reviewed the weight, flaps, and target speeds, we are ready to take the runway and take off. Whether you start your flight lined up on the set line with the departure runway or start at the gate, you will want to tune the radios and navigational aids, pre-select any settings for autopilot, run through your checklist, and set your flaps to 5 prior to receiving your runway and takeoff clearance from ATC. Tips for use of default flight simulator settings. Takeoff weight 174,200 pounds, 79,016 kilograms. Flaps set to 5, takeoff power 95% N1 seats. Not 100%, but 95%, okay? Takeoff power 95% N1. Speeds V1, 150 knots. VR, 154 knots. V2, 160 knots. 162 knots. V2 plus 15, 170 knots. 177 knots, sorry. Climb power 90% N1. So when you're actually climbing past 1,000 feet or whatever, it's 90% N1. Regardless of how you arrived on the runway, it's always a good idea to have everything in tune, twisted and configured, and to have in mind what you plan to do upon takeoff. Typical airline flights have air crews that are given a departure procedure as part of their IFR clearance. In a flight simulator, it's just easier for you to add power and begin rolling down the runway. There are always some basic procedures to follow during a straight-out departure, such as limiting airspeed to 200 knots below 3,000 feet, limiting airspeed to 200 knots below 3,000 feet, and 250 knots between 3,000 and 10,000 feet. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know it was 200 knots below 3,000. I didn't know that. But it's 250 knots between 3,000 and 10,000. That's why I said below 10,000 feet, 250 knots max. It's a legal limitation. You might also want to review and perhaps print the approach and landing quick reference tables. Airspeed limitations. To follow actual airspace rules, few speed limitations are important. In fact, you'll eventually be tested on a few of them in your ATP check ride. If you depart in a Class Bravo airport, your airspeed must remain at 250 knots or below under 10,000 feet. I thought that was everywhere, but I guess not. For Class Charlie or Class Delta airports, you must limit your speed to 200 knots within the airspace, usually 2,500 feet, within 4 miles of the airport, and then limit to 250 knots until reaching 10,000 feet. So what that means is, if you're departing Class Bravo, 250 knots or below under 10,000 feet. Class Charlie, Class Delta, if you're taking off, limit your speed to 200 knots within the airspace, which is usually 2,500 feet within 4 miles. So if you're 2,000, if you're 4,000, if you're 4 miles away, if you're taking off and you're below 2,500 feet or 2,500 feet, then 4 miles of the airport, limit to 200 knots in the airspace. And then limit to 250 knots until reaching 10,000 feet. So past 4 miles of the airport and past 2,500 feet, limit to 250 knots until reaching 10,000. Okay, and I'm not sure what it is. Someone, a real pilot, can tell me this, but I don't know if that means if you're 2,500 feet past 4 miles of the airport. So if you're, let's say, 10 miles away from the airport at 2,500 feet, I don't know if since you're out of the airspace, I'm not sure if you need to still be at 200 feet or at 200 knots. But in general, an airline plane is just not just going to fly that low and just keep that low, you know. These limitations should be helpful in understanding the need for all the, quote, scripted procedures required during takeoff. For more information about airspace definitions, see the glossary in the articles on air traffic control. Clear for takeoff. Let's see. Clear for takeoff. Once you have the airplane all set up and configured, and you received your takeoff clearance, increase the throttles to a power setting of 40% to 50% with the brake set. This is often called standing up throttles, because they're standard up. It's like they're standing up in the middle or whatever. So it's 50% with the brake set. And serves two purposes. and you also check your N1 for that, just to make sure. So once you receive takeoff clearance, increase the throttle to power setting 40% to 50% with the brakes set. Top record standing up the throttle serves two purposes. First, it allows you to scan the engine estimates to make sure everything is functioning and in the green. Well, almost everything. You don't want your co-pilot to be green. Second, this pause enables the engines to spool up to an intermediate level without overheating or overstressing the brakes while you scan the gauges. With both engines producing equal power and everything clear and in the green, release the brakes and set takeoff power to 95% N1. You'll notice that the throttles are much more sensitive than in the Cessna Skyhawk SP or Beechcraft Baron 58. Rather than advancing the throttle all the way to full, try advancing them to about three-quarters of the way to their full travel and slowly increase them to reach 95% of N1. Or advance the throttles to full and then back off some not to exceed 95%. This is a more dangerous way of doing it. I would just always do this 3/4 of the way and slowly increase. VR, rotate. Your next task is to monitor the speeds as we accelerate down the runway on center line. Our first speed is to review is V1, the go, no-go decision point. Ask yourself if all systems are okay. If so, then continue. VR, our rotation speed comes next. Okay. At 154 knots, ease back on the elevator and lift off. Begin your pitch up to 20 degrees nose up at a rate of about 3 degrees per second. Some quick math tells us that it should take about 6.5 to 7 seconds to reach 20 degrees nose up pitch altitude. Let's see, does he talk about the math that he's talking about? No, he doesn't. 20 divided by 3, that's what he's doing there. So, be about 6 to 7 seconds to reach, 6.5 to 7 seconds, roger. To reach 20 degrees. So basically what he's doing is doing this. He's doing 20 divided by 3 is what he's doing there. Yeah, 6.5 to 7 seconds is what, exactly what he did there. Okay. Oops, let me clear that. That's exactly what he did there. So basically, if your target is 20 degrees, and you're going 3 degrees per second the whole way, you do 3 degrees, 3 degrees, 3 degrees, 3 degrees, 3 degrees, 3 degrees, and then you're at 20, okay? Okay. That's if you're pitching, you're pulling back at the same rate. Figure 1-4. The instrument panel is soon after takeoff rotation. God, I hate this. I hate this takeoff, like viewing it like this, because you can't see anything. Figure 1-5. The same position after takeoff rotation speed in spot plane view. Positive rate, gear up. As you pitch up to 20 degrees with the wings level, scan the vertical speed indicator and the altimeter. When both instruments indicate a positive trend upwards, the nearest ship moving up in the direction you want, you have a positive rate of climb. It can safely retract the landing gear. Without establishing a positive rate, you do not want to retract the gear because you are too close to the ground and could inadvertently sail back to the runway for a variety of reasons. Wind shear, fucking bitch. Wind shear, rotation at too slow a speed or too high a pitch altitude, alien force field, just kidding, to list a few. Retract the gear by pressing either the G key or the appropriate button on your joystick. Retracting the flaps. On the initial phase of a departure, airlines follow an initial profile to guarantee terrain and obstacle clearance and sufficient climb performance in the case of engine failure. To follow a similar procedure, you want to be 400 feet above the ground. With flaps still set at 5 and maintaining a speed of 180 knots. Your rotation rate Your rotation rate to a pitch of 20 degrees nose up should take care of this. Second key element of the initial departure profile is to climb at an adequate rate of climb and airspeed until reaching a safe altitude 100,000 feet above ground level, AGO. This point is now set to begin the after takeoff process. After reaching 1,000 feet above ground level, follow the flap retraction schedule as shown on the normal takeoff profile. For the flap retraction schedule as shown in the normal takeoff profile, about 1,000 feet above ground level, you should be climbing at or above a speed of V2 plus 15, 162 plus 15. According to the schedule, it is now safe to begin flap retraction. Initially, we retract flaps from a setting of 5 to 1 by pressing the F6 key twice. Set the climb power at 9% and 1, pitch down to 15 degrees nose up, and accelerate. Above 2,500 feet above ground level, lower the nose to 10 degrees. 10 degrees to 12 degrees nose up, and accelerate up to 250 knots. As you accelerate through 200 knots, finish flap retraction. You might also want to follow the after takeoff checklist. So there's a lot of information on this. Basically what he's saying is so you want flaps still set at 5 and a pitch at 20 degrees and you want to reach 1,000 feet above ground level, and then after reaching 1,000 feet above ground level, if you're at a sufficient speed, V2 plus 15, you can then retract the flaps. Initially retract them to 1, and then set the climb power to 9% and 1, pitch down to 15 degrees nose up, and accelerate. Above 2,500 feet AGO, lower the nose to 10 degrees to 12 degrees nose up, and accelerate up to 250 knots. Accelerate, yeah. Sorry, I just started keep reading it. Alright, figure 1-6. The instrument panel after retracting flaps and maintaining 12 degrees nose up pitch. So that's what it looks like there. Cruise. Departure, climb up to cruise altitude. Maintain 10 degrees to 12 degrees nose up pitch and 250 knots of power set at 90% N1 until passing through 10,000 feet. At this point, lower the nose to a pitch of 6 degrees nose up and accelerate to between 280 knots and 300 knots. As you climb through higher altitudes, the air becomes less dense and performance changes. Keep an eye on your power setting of 90% N1 and make necessary adjustments to maintain 90%. As you climb through the higher altitudes, you may need to lower the pitch to 5 degrees to 6 degrees nose up in order to maintain a 280 knot climb speed. As you approach 1,000 feet, let's see. So approach 1,000 feet prior to your target cruise altitude. Lower the nose and maintain a climb rate of 1,500 feet per minute. As you pass through 150 feet prior to cruise altitude, begin your level off by pitching the nose down to 2 degrees nose up altitude and simultaneously reaching power to 70% to 72% N1. So remember to retrim the aircraft for level flight. Now you can engage the autopilot and maintain heading and course, altitude and airspeed. However, I always like to hand fly the Boeing 737 on my shorter flights. For long haul flights, the autopilot will work handier for you than even your co-pilot, but it won't get you a cup of coffee. So So basically what he's saying is, like, well, it's pretty self-explanatory, honestly. The hardest thing is remembering all this shit. That's the hardest thing for me, is remembering everything. Because there's so much damn information. Flight levels. When you pass through 18,000 feet, you enter flight levels. Now, so this is not global. This is in the USA. Pass through 18,000 feet, basically class alpha airspace. When you pass through 18,000 feet, you enter the flight levels. Flight levels are identified with FL, preceding the altitude with the final 2 zeros removed. So flight level 180 is 18,000 feet flight level. So you take whatever it is and you remove the last 2 zeros. Above flight level 180, remember to reset your altimeter to 2992. And the reason you do this is because it's what's called the transition altitude. It becomes standard barometric pressure at that point. So reset your altimeter to 2992 inches for the correct altitude above flight level 180. And it's all dependent on what the transition altitude is in your area, in your country or whatever. The transition altitude is flight level 180 with 18,000 feet. Then and only then do you switch it to 2992, standard barometric pressure above that altitude, or at that altitude. The interactive lessons assume standard pressure, so no adjustments are made. However, ATC will assume you made this adjustment to the altimeter. If you don't, you'll be on your assigned altitude. Adjust the altimeter by turning the barrel knob on the altimeter with the mouse. I think in Flight Simulator it doesn't change the I think in Flight Simulator it depends on where it doesn't like know, the system does not know like what country you're at and the transition altitudes and all that shit. It doesn't know all that stuff. So HC will not, like, it's always 18,000 feet in FSX, I believe. Descending. We've covered the Descending. We've covered the fundamental points involved in getting you airborne and leveled off at cruise altitude. Now you're wondering how you can descend and be in the right place at the right speed and altitude for landing. I've got an entire lesson for you on descents and Airline Transport Pilot lesson 2. Videos will be reviewed to help you in this jet checkout lesson. When it comes time to begin a descent, you must complete 7 important tasks in order to be at the right place at the right time. Prior to beginning the descent, aircrews must complete the following. Plan when to start descent. Get the ATIS and other information relating to the approach and landing. Calculate the estimated landing weight of the aircraft. Determine the flap setting and VUF speeds for landing. Determine the appropriate landing runway and corresponding approach. Brief the crew on the specifics of the approach. Complete the descent checklist. We'll go over all this in lesson 2 or whatever. How fast is too fast? Speed control is one subtle piece of the equation. There are 2 places you will need to modify your profile to keep your speed within parameters. During descent, as you descend into thicker, denser air, and at the level off point where you may need to start slowing down to meet any assigned speed restriction, for example slowing to 250 knots. As you descend into thicker air, your indicated airspeed unit of measure will change from a percent of the speed of the sound, Mach, back to nautical miles per hour, knots. You can determine this threshold by noticing the red and white stripe pull or needle, known as the barber pull. Display on the upper left side of the airspeed indicator. This needle marks the never exceed speed for the aircraft. During descent, the barber pull increases toward the needle of the airspeed indicator and left unattended will eventually cross paths. So he's talking about this here. Should this happen, you will have an overspeed condition as heard by the clicking, clacking audible warning. Say nothing of the gurgling and nerve scratching sound from the co-pilot. To avoid this, reduce N1 to 45% and maintain 310 knots, 320 knots during the main WD set. So then this is the never exceed here, 380 knots or whatever it is. So this here will move to the needle. As you descend from cruise altitude, you'll begin storing up momentum as you descend at well over 300 knots. All this works against you as you reach your target point and need to slow down. The fix is easy, and I don't mean you passengers stick their hands out the windows either. During your descent planning, allow for an additional 5 nautical miles to level off and slow to your target speed at idle. Yes, we can pull thoughts all the way to idle in a jet without having to worry about shock cooling the engines as we did in the Baron. This might mean descending at nearly 300 knots, but then leveling at or above 1,000 feet, reducing power to flight idle, and coast in about 5 nautical miles to play off speed until you reach 250 knots. At 250 knots, increase the throttles to 52% to 55% N1 and maintain your 250 knots. As a last resort, you can always deploy the spoilers, speed brakes, by toggling the slash key on or off. With careful planning, you should be in fine shape for your approach and landing profiles. Remember to reset the altimeter. As you descend below flight level 180, 18,000 feet, you must reset your altimeter from 29902 inches to the local pressure setting, since you're down below the transition altitude. Planning for the approach. ATIS. The important elements to extract from the arrival airport's automatic terminal information service are local weather conditions, local altimeter setting, what you'll see your altimeter to when descending below to flight level 180, the active runway, and any local airport equipment limitations or runway taxiway closures. Use this information to prepare for the approach. Landing weight. Descent planning is usually done 100 miles to 120 miles in approximately 20 to 25 minutes from landing. To estimate your landing weight, press Alt-A plus F to get your present weight of fuel. Above 25,000 feet, a fair estimation is that you will burn 1,700 pounds of fuel during the remainder of your descent, approach and landing. Subtract 1,700 pounds from your present weight. Next, add 100,000 pounds to this number to arrive at your estimated landing weight. So, present weight, I think he means fuel weight. So you would take your whatever fuel weight you have left, and then subtract 1,700 pounds, and then add 100,000 to that. Landing flaps. Selection of the design setting for landing flaps is based on upon a variety of issues, including runway length, approach characteristics, runway condition, prevailing weather, and fuel efficiency. Following the theme of keeping it simple, we will standardize on using a flap setting of 30 for all our landings and lessons. Landing VREF speeds. During approach and landing, you will reduce airspeed along the way and never want to fall below the minimum airspeed for your current configuration. You always want to feel well grounded as a pilot. But not because you smack the airplane onto the ground by not flying fast enough. For approach and landing, we are concerned with maintaining proper airspeed for the given flap setting and aircraft weight. If you're flying too slowly, the airplane will be difficult to control, or worse, could stall and contact the ground earlier than planned. Just like takeoff, there are predetermined airspeeds that will provide the optimum performance and protection against stalls and other undesirable events. The airspeed that constitutes this threshold between control flight and less than control flight is referred to as VREF. An additional 5 knots is added to the reference speed for added safety and best performance. So once a VREF speed is determined, we given the aircraft's landing weight and desired flap setting for landing, the final approach landing speed will be VREF plus 5 knots. An additional 10 knots may be added on top of VREF plus 5 to adjust for situations such as strong crosswinds or potential wind shear. Are you starting to think that flying from that Skyhawk SP wasn't so bad after all? No one will blame you if you did. This is challenging, but it's the way flying jets is done. So when is this all figured out? During the descent planning phase, flight crew calculates landing weight and chooses a desired flap setting. The weight and flaps being setting determined, the appropriate VSP can be identified. Tips: keep the default flight simulator weights. Use 145 knots for VREF. Maintain 150 knots for 30 degrees of flaps for landing. Approach briefing. And now that you know the local airport conditions, the local altimeter setting, and the expected active runway for arrival, you can begin to get organized for the approach. Now is the time to review the chart for the designated approach. You most likely will not be tuning the radios and inbound courses at this point. This will be done when it's time for the approach checklist. We will still need to follow a standard arrival procedure or follow ATC instructions as the controllers vector us down from cruise altitude. The approach. We've covered the basics of descent planning and speed control, so now it's time to transition into the airport environment. I offer an entire lesson on flying in ILS approach in ATP Lesson 3. Here's an overview to get us to the runway. If you're flying using the ATC features in Flight Simulator, you'll be radar vectored, given specific headings to fly, onto the final approach course. If you're flying on your own, you will need to plan to be at a certain altitude, speed, and heading in order to successfully intercept the final approach course properly configured. A rough rule of thumb for this approach transition is to plan on being 3,000 feet above ground level at 10 nautical miles from the airport, with the airplane properly configured and established on the localizer or VASI. Approaching this 10 nautical mile point, you want to be slowed to no more than 170 knots with flaps set at 5. As the glide slope comes alive, you will want to extend the gear, increase flaps to 15, and slow to 150 knots. At 3,000 feet above ground level and 10 nautical miles out, you should be close to intercepting if not already on the glide slope. Keep in mind that these are approximate altitudes and distances to place you close to a 3-degree descent path for final approach. At the final approach fix, FAF, set flaps 30 for landing, power to 53% to 55% N1, and fly the glide slope down to a smooth landing. You might also want to review and perhaps print the approach and landing quick reference table. Landing. Once you're established on the localizer with the glide slope indicator alive, configure with the gear down, flaps set to 15 and slowing to target speed of 150 knots, with the appropriate VSP for your weight if you're going to that level of detail. You're ready to intercept the glide slope and fly it down on the runway. At a point where the glide slope needle moves to 1 dot above center, set final landing flaps to 30 and set your power to 53% N1. Begin your pitch down to 0 degrees and monitor your position left or right relative to the localizer and high or low relative to the glide slope. Figure 1-8, landing approach from the cockpit. Figure 1-9, the same landing approach seen spot plane view. The final flare and landing. As you cross the threshold of the runway for landing, reduce power to idle and begin a smooth pitch up to 3 degrees. This is called the landing flare. Hold this pitch setting as you bleed off the remaining airspeed and you'll settle down on the runway. Do not stop your small control corrections to keep line up at the center line as you flare. Fly the plane all the way down to the runway. Remember to line up at the runway center line for that is GPS on the glare shield to keep tracking the center line on touchdown. Avoid the tendency to stare at the ground immediately in front of you. Transition your view to the end of the runway. As the main wheels touch, lower the nose wheels slowly. Apply reverse thrust, press and hold the F2 key and the brakes, press the period key to slow down and exit the runway at the next available intersection. You can also engage the auto braking features to further assist you in bringing the aircraft to a stop after touchdown. Figure 1-10, final landing flare from the cockpit. Figure 1-11, same final landing flare seen in a spot plane view. And there you are. Now you are captain, or at least closer to it. You've learned a lot, but there's a lot more to learn. You may have to review this lesson several times before becoming intimate with all the information contained therein. That's okay, I'll be here for you when you return. If you feel up for it, give the flight lesson a go. Most important, make sure to have fun in the process of learning. You might also want to review and perhaps print the approach and landing quick reference tables, landing at traffic pattern, and how to land an ILS approach. Helpful ATP hints. All flap, speed, and power settings assume default conditions of the Boeing 737-800 is set by Flight Simulator for standard conditions, 15 degrees Celsius at sea level. As the airplane's weight varies or the temperatures vary, you may need to adjust some of these items. This is why we use given ranges and not specific values when operating the Boeing 737. Remember that turbine engines do not respond immediately to power changes, increases or decreases. No amount of verbal coaching like "come on baby" or "let's move it, I'm talking to you, mister" will help if you don't think and plan ahead. If you're getting too slow, you're already too late. If you think you might soon be getting slow, then add power now. Two to 5% in one power changes are significant, but you'll get the feel quickly. 2 degrees of pitch change is significant. Level flight pitch is 5 to 6 degrees nose up at altitudes below 10,000 feet. Remember to trim the aircraft every time you change the configuration, power, flaps, or gear. With power and pitch set to where you want, you should be able to fly straight and level with your hands off the controls, that is. You still need hands. Can't fly with your feet because other pilots don't want to touch the controls anymore. On the final approach, line up with the runway center line, with the nav GPS switch on the top of the panel. As you cross the threshold, line up the center line with the letters GPS. Apply pitch and power settings and be patient. This is a heavy turbine jet aircraft and doesn't respond quickly. Use the autopilot if you like, but be very familiar with operating it before relying on it. Okay, see you in the cockpit. Fly this lesson, make to practice what you just learned. That was a lot of reading. A lot of complicated stuff there. But Rod will simplify it for us. Airline Transport Pilot Lesson 1 Jet Checkout. In this lesson, you learn about the basics of flying a Boeing 737, takeoffs, climb, cruise, descent, and landing. Estimated time to complete, 25 minutes. Pilot knowledge and skills. You should complete all the student, private, commercial pilot lessons before beginning this lesson. Taking the instrument rating lessons will also be very helpful. Reading the ground school material before starting this lesson will help you better understand the skills being taught and terminology used in the lesson. The weather. The sky is clear and the winds are calm. Current charts, none. About the flight. In this lesson, you'll become familiar with flying the Boeing 737. You will take off from runway 34 right at Kilo Sierra at Seattle, Tacoma. Climb to 2,000 feet, level off, one series of turns, descend, and fly a visual approach to 4-stop landing back on runway 16 left at Seattle, Tacoma. Key commands to remember: F7 operate the flaps, G to operate the landing gear, Shift and that to arm spoilers. Flight criteria. You'll be asked to maintain airspeed within 15 knots as assigned, altitude within 200 feet as assigned, headings within 10 degrees as assigned, make no more than 10 degrees steeper and no more than 5 degrees shallower than assigned. Power setting is no more than 2% above and no more than 5% below N1 as assigned. Pitch altitude within 3 degrees as assigned except on landing flare. Pitch altitude within 3 degrees as assigned except on landing flare. The pitch angle should be no more than 5 degrees and no less than 2 degrees nose at pitch altitude. Vertical speed within 400 feet per minute during descent. So this is going to be a bitch. Without further ado, guys, let's give this a go. Fly lesson now. Alright, here we go. It's going to be hard. Fuck.
As you've read in the ground school material, the procedures we'll follow today are similar to real-world airline flying, but I've simplified them a lot for the purpose of teaching you the basics of flying jets. Let's hop to it and get the airplane ready for takeoff. We'll begin by running through an abbreviated checklist. Set takeoff flaps to 5 by pressing F7 3 times.
Oh God.
Lower your flaps. Set auto brakes to RTO. No, I mean the jet's auto brakes, not the brakes in your car.
Rest of that is...
Turn the landing light on by clicking the landing light switch.
Why bring that low? It doesn't work. Okay, landing lights.
Okay, you would have got that one without me. Okay, I think we're ready for takeoff. But first, you have to remove your hands from over your eyes. Yes, that's better. Before we pour on the coals, let's quickly run through the takeoff procedure. You're going to move the throttles forward and increase the power to 40% N1 with the brakes set. Then, you'll release the brakes, set takeoff power to 95% N1, cross-check that both of your airspeed indicators are alive and engine gauges are in the green at 80 knots. Look for V1 at 150 knots. Rotate at 154 knots. Pitch up at 3 degrees per second until you reach 20 degrees nose-up attitude. Look for V2 at 162 knots. Check for positive rate of climb, then raise the landing gear. That's a lot to do in a short amount of time. This is one reason we have co-pilots. Wanting a cup of coffee is another reason we have co-pilots too. At about 1,000 feet above ground level, we'll start retracting the flaps, set climb power for 90% N1, and lower the nose to 15 degrees nose-up pitch. You'll maintain 200 knots until 3,000 feet above ground level, and then lower the nose to about 10 degrees nose-up pitch. After you reach 200 knots, retract the flaps completely, accelerate to 250 knots, and set auto brakes to off. You'll then be in a stable climb at 250 knots. Got all that? Don't worry, I'll be your co-pilot and help you along the way. But you'll have to get your own coffee. Things are going to happen fast between now and getting into a stabilized climb. If you get behind too much, feel free to press escape and restart the lesson. This is the electronic version of putting your hands back over your eyes. Here we go. You're cleared for takeoff, so fly straight out, climb and maintain 12,000 feet. Advance the throttles to 40% N1. It takes very little throttle to hit 40%.
Roger. So you just... Let's give it a little bit of power.
Release the brakes and track the runway centerline.
There you go. Specs.
Now set power for 95% N1.
There we go. Airspeed's alive.
There's 80 knots. Cross-check your two airspeed indicators and engine gauges.
Yep, they're working.
There's 150. Now 154. Rotate. Slowly bring the nose up to 20 degrees pitch up attitude.
Cool, this is already hard.
Pull back on the stick.
I am, mate.
Good. You've accelerated through 162, which is V2. You have a positive rate of climb, so press G to raise the gear.
Oh god.
Continue climbing. We're at 1,000 feet AGL, so press F6 twice to retract flaps to 1. Pull back on the stick. Now set climb power to 90% N1 and change your nose-up pitch angle to 15 degrees. Now maintain 200 knots by adjusting your pitch. Push forward on the stick.
Way
Slow
too
down.
fast.
Pull back on the stick.
Shit. I'm totally cocking this up. The trim's all fucked. That's why it's so hard, I said trim.
Push forward on the stick.
Going too quickly.
You've just
Okay.
passed through 3,000 feet, so lower your nose to 10 degrees nose-up pitch.
3,000 feet, I past that a long time ago.
It's time to retract the flaps completely. Press F6 once more. With your gear up, it's time to set auto brakes to off. Adjust your pitch to maintain 250 knots in a stable climb to 10,000 feet. Things are a little less frantic now. Use your trim to keep everything stable. Leveling off at 12,000 feet means we will start our preparation around 10,000 feet. You'll continue to decrease your pitch and accelerate to cruise speed. Then we'll practice some turns.
Alright, we're doing it. We're 250 knots.
Okay, there's 10,000 feet. Decrease your pitch to 6 degrees nose-up pitch, accelerate to 280 knots, and leave the power at 90% N1. Also, switch your landing light off now. With 1,000 feet to go, lower the nose to get 1,500 feet per minute on the VSI. Speed up.
It's 200 feet per minute. Got stuff.
Slow down. You're coming up within 150 feet of 12,000 feet, so decrease your pitch to about 2 degrees and reduce your power to about 55% N1. There's 12,000 feet. Level off and trim for level flight. Continue on this heading until we get over Payne Field.
2,000 feet, continue on
You're
this
too
head.
high.
Oh
Descend.
shit. Totally cocking this up.
Pull back on the stick.
Doesn't help it's laggy as fuck. Why are my brakes on? It's weird. There we go. That's what we want right there. I'm also trimming.
Push forward on the stick. Now it's time to try some turns. The airplane is going to handle a little differently than the 172. In fact, it should handle like 172 172s. Let's try a turn to the left. Turn left 50 degrees to a heading of 290.
Okay.
Note how the controls are heavier than you experienced in other lessons. And you have to be more diligent with the pitch to maintain altitude. Pitch control is really important. Movement of the VSI needle provides a good clue to help you hold altitude.
So, I'm not going to explain anything in this. I'm going to let him explain how to do the sort of flight and then teach.
Bank the wings more.
3 degrees of bank he wants. Okay.
Speed up. Bank the wings more.
Almost there, mate.
Start a smooth, continuous rollout now.
This is tough.
You're handling the airplane well. We'll do another turn in a moment. Speed up. Let's try a turn to the right to a heading of 360 degrees. Let's use 30 degrees of bank.
Alright, 360 degrees.
Speed up.
Oh, shit.
You're too low. Climb.
Climb. Oh, this is hard.
Bank the wings
It
more.
also sucks because
Speed
it's laggy.
Start your rollout now. You're too low. Climb. Speed up. You're too low. Climb. Speed up. All right, let's try another turn to the right. We'll turn to a heading of 090 degrees. As soon as you roll out, reduce power, maintain your altitude, and slow to 250 knots. I'll let you do that all on your own without my prompting.
Okay. So that's 30 degrees. 090. I don't know what my turn rate is, or my turn degree or whatever. That's probably right. Just like that. That was pretty perfect. That's how you do it right there.
You're too low. Climb.
Although I am low.
I've really been working you hard, so how about letting me fly for a minute? I'll
Thank
get
God.
us positioned so you can fly the descent, approach, and landing back at SeaTac.
Maybe I want to position it. Fucking asshole. Is he gonna talk or something? What the hell? It's taking forever. I think this is gonna work because before we had there were bugs. But I think the lessons are gonna work this time.
Okay, it's time for the descent.
Alright.
You have the airplane.
Okay.
Time to start down. Set your power to about 35% and 1. Speed control is the name of the game. We'll fly a relatively slow descent. Stabilize your descent at 200 knots and 1,500 feet per minute. Remember your instrument training because I want you to track the VOR. We'll switch to the ILS when we get closer. Let me help illuminate your approach. At 10,000 feet, it's standard procedure to turn on our landing light.
You didn't do that, you fucking asshole. Did that.
Slow down.
I have to slow down somehow. I know that's a really bad thing to do, but
Slow down.
there we go. I literally have to be idle power for this.
As you start approaching 5,000 feet, begin to slow your rate of descent.
Four, three. Alright.
Now that we're at 5,000 feet, slow to 180 knots and adjust your power to about 55% N1 to maintain that speed. While you're at it, lower the flaps to 5 by pressing F7 3 times.
Times.
Lower your flaps.
Makes the noise. It's fucking annoying.
Keep your speed at 180 and stay level at 5,000 feet.
Oh, that's some
Maintain
dude.
180 knots for now. We're getting a reading on the glide slope from the ILS. So let's transition from tracking the VOR to tracking the localizer, but adjust your power to establish a smooth descent on the glide slope. Okay, work on keeping the aircraft on glide slope at the proper airspeed and lined up with the runway.
Port's down there. That's much better.
You're too low. Increase power.
Oh, right, below the glide slope. Glide slope there. I don't see anything.
You're too high. Reduce power.
I'm too high. What do I need to do? Oh, he wants me to be on the glide slope.
Time
Okay.
to lower the flaps to 15. Press F7 twice. Allow the aircraft to slow to 160 knots. This is probably a good time to configure the aircraft for landing. Let's arm the spoilers and set auto brakes to 3. And just because I took the controls a while back doesn't make me a spoiler either. You're too high. Reduce power.
Shit. Yeah, I'll do this. Fuck, what a crap. There's no fucking way I'm doing this.
You're too high. Reduce power.
Too far left, yeah.
Slow down.
There's no way I'm making this. He didn't tell me that.
Slow down.
He didn't tell me that I needed to run 60 knots. Come on, bitch. They are at 15, aren't they? Yeah, they are. I think.
Slow
Yeah, they
down.
are.
Now let's press the G key to lower the gear. Maintain 150 knots, which is our final approach speed today. Adjust pitch and power as needed to maintain your glide path and airspeed. You might need a power setting of about 45% N1.
Yeah, 1/6 left, he wanted.
You're too low. Increase power.
Dude, shut up. He wants me to fly the ILS by hand. God, that's hard. Especially with the lag, 5 FPS.
One more flap setting to make. Set flaps to 30 by pressing F7 twice. You probably need about 55% N1 to maintain 150 knots on glide slope with your flaps and gear down. Raise your flaps. You're too high. Reduce power. You're
What?
looking good, and so is the airplane. Okay, work on keeping the aircraft on glide slope at the proper airspeed and line
Raise
up
the
with runway.
flaps.
As we cross the threshold here, smoothly reduce power to idle.
I'm gonna barely make this.
Don't sink.
Sink rate. Sink rate. Pull up. Pull up.
Finally.
You're too low. Increase power.
Shut up, dude.
Sink rate.
Damn, it's annoying. He wants to be on the glide slope the whole fucking time. It's just annoying. The glide slope will come to me, mate.
You're too low. Increase power.
Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink.
Now I'm at the threshold, bitch.
You're too high. Reduce power.
Mate.
Now flare to a 3-degree nose-up pitch. Activate the
Oh.
thrust reversers by pressing and holding the F2 key.
The
Notice
game
how
is
the
so
auto
fucking
brakes are slowing
laggy.
us down too.
I technically crashed, but the game is so goddamn laggy that I can barely fly this shit. How is anyone supposed to fly that if it's so laggy like this?
Slow down.
Yeah, I'm slowing down, you bitch.
Press F1 to bring the engines back to idle, and we'll let the auto braking bring us to a stop.
I'm
There
already
you have
stopped.
It was a lot of work, but you are now checked out on the basics of flying the 737. The next lesson will help you fly the aircraft with more precision.
God, that was a bitch. But we did it. I think the hardest part was the fact it was so goddamn laggy that, you know, at the end there, that it was so fast paced that the game couldn't keep up. So it was super laggy. I'm gonna get rid of the auto gen and get rid of cars and stuff like that. See if that does anything. Alright, so this is where we started. We started at Seattle, Tacoma, and we basically, well, this is what we did. This was our entire flight plan, really. We did that. And since we're in an airline, everything's really fast, so I did an absolute horrible job. So we took off, and then we kept going. Then we did some turns. We did a turn that way. Then we did a turn that way. Then we did a turn around, and then he lined us up for the visual approach, and then we went in. We landed. You can see the glide slope was absolute ass. I don't know if we can zoom in there, but oh, we can. We can't do that. Nice. So we took off past 10,000 feet, past Pain, went down, and then tried to get on the glide slope, but we were terrible at it, and we were barely on the glide slope like that. It was horrible. But see, if the glide slope went over here, then we were definitely not at the right place. But we did it, so that's all that matters. Alright, so let's continue. And while I'm at it, I'm going to change some of the settings here because it's fucking ridiculous. I'm gonna keep this normal, this off, and then I'll do that. Weather's fine. Traffic, density, I'll keep it like that, and then off for now. See how the game runs. Alright, so that was lesson 1, the check ride. That went god awful, but we apparently did it. Now we've got the solo flight, jet takeoff. You're clear for takeoff runway 34 right, plane field. Run a quick takeoff checklist after departure. Climb on a heading of 340 to 8,000 feet. You're flying in the Boeing 737. So I will just say right now before we start this, I'm just going to go over the basics. Like, I'm not going to go over, you know, having to do an actual takeoff checklist and all that shit that he wants me to do. I'm not going to go into that. I'm just going to kind of teach, you know, a little bit about how to take off the jet and stuff. You know, I'm not going to worry about, I'm going to worry about some speed, but I'm not going to have to worry about, like, calculating V1 or anything like that. I'm not going to worry about that. So, with that said, fly this lesson now. Okay, so this is the solo flight for takeoff in the 737-800. As you can see, the FPS is a lot better because I turned down a lot of the graphics settings. So we'll see how this is. Hopefully it's better. So flying the 737-800 is very difficult, obviously. We already know that, but what I'm going to do is, it says he wants, the mission is to take off and fly heading 340, so runway heading, up to 8,000 feet. That's our cruise altitude, is 8,000 feet. So what we're going to do is, first thing we're going to do is turn our landing lights on, like that. Obviously make sure no smoking and shit like that's on, but we have those off because we have no passengers. Also, I binded the keys Golf for gear and the flap keys to make it easier, so I don't have to go down and actually change this shit. But the before takeoff checklist, basically what we need to do, I printed out the takeoff procedures for the Boeing 737-800 here. So I'm going to be referencing this for this. Basically, you just follow this. You just follow it line by line. And you'll be good as long as you can follow it line by line. So, on the runway, so the first action is, when you're ready, on the runway, line up on the runway center line. We're already there. Then we need to set flaps to 5. So that's 3 times down here. So 1, 2, 3. Flaps are now at 5. So with the flaps at 5, we need to add power at approximately 40 to 50% N1. That's not a lot, okay? That's not a lot of throttle travel. So you have to be very cautious with the throttle. Then once that's there, you release brakes, okay? So I'm going to go over everything before we start. But release brakes, set takeoff power to 95% N1. Remember, you don't want to set it to 100% N1 over 100% because you'll damage. You can, for a long period of time, you can damage the engine. It's not running as efficiently. So you want 95% N1. And then speed 154 knots indicated. That's your VR or rotate speed. It's 154 knots in this case. Pitch up. So when we rotate, we're pitching up to 20 degrees nose up at a rate of 3 degrees per second, ideally. When positive rate, gear up. Positive rate is when both the vertical speed indicator and altimeter show a positive increase. Okay. So when the vertical speed indicator, this part here, this tape here, and the altimeter show positive. The altimeter is climbing, and the vertical speed indicator is positive, so upwards. Then gear up. When we reach 1,000 feet above ground level, so we are currently like 620 feet. So we'll just say 2,000 feet to be easy. Okay. So when we reach 2,000 feet in this case, 2,000 feet on this tape here, flaps up. So when this indicator here reaches 2,000 feet up here, reaches 2,000 feet, then flaps up, and then all the way up. Speed should be at least 180 knots at this point. Keep in mind our pitch is 20 degrees still. We need to set climb power to 90% N1, so lower the power a little bit. Lower pitch to 15 degrees nose up. So we go from the 20 mark down to 15. And then target airspeed is 200 knots during that time. If we don't exactly reach 200 knots, or we are a little bit higher or a little bit lower, that's okay, because you know, it's really hard to make it exact. What I will do is I will make it a little bit easier. So I will make, see how this is set to 3,000? I'm going to make it 2,000, okay? So the altitude, I'm going to set it to 2,000. Actually, it's a lot easier to do it this way. Let me get rid of that. So 2,000. So I'm setting the tape to 2,000 here, okay? And when you do that, it makes it so the marker is set to 2,000 feet, so we know when to do flaps up and set climb power to 90% N1, because it's going to go really fast. All this stuff's going to happen really quickly. So that's why I'm doing that, okay? So when we reach 2,000 feet, and we pass that, then set climb power to 90%, lower pitch 15 degrees nose up, target airspeed 200 knots. And when we climb through 2,500 feet, so 2,500 feet, so to make that easy, we're going to do 3,500 feet, okay? To make it easier, we're going to go to 3,500 feet, so 1,000 feet AGO, according to the chart, 1,000 feet AGO to 2,500 feet AGO, it's a difference of 1,500 feet, okay? So what we're going to do is, at 2,000 feet, flaps up, power to 90% N1, lower pitch 15 degrees nose up, target airspeed 200 knots, and then when we pass 3,500 feet, we're going to reduce pitch to between 10 and 12 degrees, so we'll just do 10 to make it easy. 10 degrees, so right here on the marker, okay? And accelerate to 250 knots, but we can't go past 250 knots. I mean, we go a little bit past, but we can't go like 280 or 300 or anything like that. We can't do that below 10,000 feet AGO. Oh, sorry, 10,000 feet MSO in the USA, okay? We're not going to remain in the traffic pattern. I'm going to continue on in climbing through 10,000 feet to cruise altitude. We're not gonna do past 10,000 feet. We're gonna level off at 8,000 feet because that's what the thing said. That's what they want us to do in the solo flight. Level off at 8,000 feet. So basically, to make it easy, the cruise altitude's 8. Actually, yeah, you know what? To make it easy, we're not going to do 8,000 feet. Actually, we'll do 10,000 feet. 10,000 feet is going to be our max altitude. Okay, that's going to be our cruise altitude in this case. Okay, so what we're going to do is when we reach 8,000 feet, we're going to do what they're saying here. So it says, the chart says, climbing through 10,000 feet to cruise altitude. Okay, that's assuming you're going past 10,000 feet and your cruise altitude's like 20,000 feet or 30,000 feet or whatever. That's what it's assuming. But since our cruise altitude is going to be 10,000 feet, so 10,000 feet, we're going to knock it off to 8,000 feet for the part where it says climbing through 10,000 feet to cruise altitude. We're going to do that part at 8,000 feet. That makes sense, okay? So I'm going to modify this and say when we climb through 8,000 feet to cruise altitude. Okay, climbing through 8,000 feet. Reduce pitch to 6 degrees. Accelerate to between 280 and 310 knots. We will do that even though it's not legal to do it like that. We have to stay 250 knots or below. I will, for the purpose of this training, I will kind of break the rules a little bit. Don't do this in the real world, but I will kind of break the rules a little bit to show you what, following the chart, how you would do it, okay? So reduce pitch to 6 degrees, accelerate between 280 and 310 knots. When reaching your target speed, increase your target speed. So the target speeds are 280 or 310 knots or whatever. Increase pitch to 9 degrees, 9 to 10 degrees nose up, and maintain that speed. So we'll do 10 degrees nose up. So reduce pitch to 6 degrees to accelerate. That's what we're doing there. And now I'm thinking about it. You know what? I'm gonna actually not do the, breaking the rules part. I'm actually gonna do it the way you should, because there's no point in me showing you. Now that I think about it, there's no point in me showing you how to do it the wrong way. Certainly I should show you how to do it the right way. And this is actually good because in the flight lesson, Rod Machado showed how to go past 10,000 feet MSO and do it that way. Okay, I'm going to show you if your cruise altitude is 10,000 feet. For whatever reason, it's 10,000 feet, or 8,000 feet, or 6,000 feet. I'm going to show you what to do in relation to the FAA rules. Okay. Also, you have what's known as a flight director here. This is kind of off topic, but you got a flight director here. I don't see it though, which is a little weird. Oh, wait. FD, flight director, right there. You see that cross there? The pink cross? If I turn it off, look, it'll go away. Yeah, let me bring it up here. If I turn it off, it's gone. But watch, there's a pink cross here. The flight director will show you, what to do to reach your altitude and your localizer and everything. It'll tell you what to do. So it's make it easier for the pilot. But we're not going to be using that today. So what we need to do is what we're doing is when we reach 8,000 feet, okay, and we're climbing and reach 8,000 feet, we're going to actually stay at we're actually going to stay at what we're doing. So just disregard the climbing through 10,000 feet to cruise altitude. Disregard that whole fucking thing. I'm not, because since we're going to be leveling off at 10,000 feet, we can't go past 250 knots, okay? So there's no point in reducing pitch 6 degrees. That will accelerate us automatically, so we can't do that. So we're not going to do that. So, you know, once we climb through 2,500 feet, or actually in our case, 3,500 feet, when we climb to 3,500, climbing through 3,500 feet, we just pitch to between 10 and 12 degrees nose up, so to 250 knots. We'll do 10 to 12, when we'll fluctuate that to maintain 250 knots, okay? And then we'll keep it like that, 10 to 12 degrees nose up, while we climb, until we reach the cruise altitude. So we're leveling off the cruise altitude at 1,000 feet before target altitude. So our target altitude is 1,000 feet, right? 10,000 feet. So at 9,000 feet, okay, when this altimeter reaches 9,000 feet, we're going to reduce our rate of climb to 1,500 feet per minute. That is right there, that mark right there, okay? So you got the 5, 1,000, 1,500 right there. We're going to make this little needle here go here. In fact, to make it easier, I'm going to do the vert speed. I'm going to bring that up to 1,500 feet. That makes it so the vertical, reducing, sorry. We're reducing rate of climb to 1,500 feet per minute. So, I'm sorry, it wasn't this here. We're not descending, we're climbing, remember. So, 1,500 feet per minute right there, where that little mark is there. So make this needle there. And that's what we're doing. So we're going to do that, and then uh, 1,500 feet per minute, 100 feet before your target altitude. So 1,000 feet. So 1,000 feet before target altitude, reduce rate of climb to 1,500 feet per minute. At 100 feet before our target altitude, we're supposed to reduce pitch. We're supposed to reduce pitch to 2 degrees nose up. Simultaneously reduce power to 70 to 72% N1. Trim elevator for level flight. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to modify it a little bit. Instead of 100 feet before the target altitude, we're going to do 500 feet below. So at 1,000 feet below target altitude, reduce rate of climb to 1,500. Actually, to make it, reduce rate of climb to 1,500, okay? And that's going to happen quickly. I'm going to modify this after we pass 2,000 feet and bring it up to 9,000 feet, which is 1,000 feet below the target altitude, okay? Actually, to make it really easy, we're going to do this whole thing at 8,000 feet. So when we level off the cruise altitude, we'll be 2,000 feet, okay? So when we reach 2,000 feet, so when we climb through 2,500 feet, so in summary, what we're going to do is when we're on the runway, set up to 5, we're already set, we're going to do what we explained already. When we lift off, we're going to reach 1,000, fucking hell. When we reach 2,000 feet, okay, 2,000 feet above ground level, we're going to do flaps up, okay? And then when we climb through 3,500 feet, we're going to reduce pitch to 10 degrees and accelerate to 250 knots. And then And then we're going to skip the next two sections, and then when we reach 8,000 feet, okay? When we reach 8,000 feet, we are going to level, we are going to, when we reach 8,000 feet, MSO in our case, we are going to reduce rate of climb to 1,500, okay? And then at 9,000 feet, when 9,000 feet, we're going to reduce pitch to 2 degrees nose up. And then climb a little bit more. And then reduce power to 72% N1, trim elevator for level flight. So that's the plan. I know it's long, but, you know, it's best to go through it and actually know what we're doing, okay? So what we need to do is add power to approximately 40 to 50% N1, brakes are on, okay? Pocket brake is on or whatever. And then add power to 40 to 50% N1, so that's about here. So just a little bit of power. Just a little bit. See, there you go, you're already at 40%. Okay. Look at that. Just a little bit of power. These are powerful engines. And then release brakes, take off power to 95%, speed 154 knots, rotate 20 degrees nose up. And positive rate, gear up. Okay. It's going to happen quickly, okay? Ready? Here we go. I will annotate anything I forget or don't have time to say, okay? Alright, so brakes off. 95% N1. That's good there. Maintain track down the center line. God, that looks good with good FPS. So much easier. And watch our airspeed. 154 knots, pitch up to 20 degrees, okay? So at 90, 150 knots to go. 110, 120, 130, 140, 150, 154, okay, rotate. Okay, trim. So we got positive rate, so gear up. And then pitch to 20 degrees. At 2,000 feet, we are going to flaps up. 6, 7, 8, 9, 2,000 feet, flaps up. And then set climb power to 90% N1, so a little bit down. Low pitch to 15 degrees, just like that, okay? At 3,500 feet, we are going to reduce pitch between 10 and 12 degrees nose up and accelerate. Okay, almost. We're already at 10 to 12. 3,500 feet, okay. 10 to 12 degrees nose up. We'll do 10, make it easy, and we'll accelerate here. And that's us taking off. And again at 8,000 feet, see we're getting up there. We don't have to be 250 per se, but we can be a little bit less, but that's okay. So that's pretty good there. When we reach 8,000 feet, rate of climb to 1,500 feet per minute. Okay. So almost there. .1,000 feet to go. So we're almost at our cruise altitude already. This shit goes fast, remember. Alright, there's 8,000 feet. Reduce climb to 8,000 feet, almost there. And then lower the power so we don't go past 250 too much. And then we'll do 1,500 feet. Okay, there you go. Climb rate, 1,500 feet, there you go. And at 9,000 feet, we're going to reduce pitch to 2 degrees nose up. Okay. Almost at 9. Okay. And we kind of prematurely reduced the power to 72% in 1. That's okay. We just need to make sure we don't go too fast. Up, climb, climb, climb. Alright, there's 9,000 feet, so reduce pitch to 2 degrees. Nose up. Power to 72% at N1, which is, let me go up a little bit. And we can now accelerate. Well, not really, because we are still at 9,000 feet, so we should actually I should say 500 feet. There you go. I kind of fucked that up a little bit, my bad. So shouldn't be going too fast right now, but we're almost at 10,000 feet, so level with the cruise altitude, 2 degrees nose up, trim, there you go, 10,000 feet, right there. Look at that, guys, we took off, and we can go as fast or slow as we want now, and we can turn our landing lights off, since we're at 10,000 feet, okay? So we can go faster if we want, or we can stay at the speed. I'm just staying at the speed right now, and we're going a little high, so. But yeah, we're at cruise now. That's what it looks like when you hand fly it. And I'm constantly trimming too. There you go. Since we're so low, we have to be lower at N1 speed, so we don't, you know, go to the red arc or whatever. And what's our Mach? It's 0.54, so we're half the speed of sound right now. So yeah, that's take off to cruise, guys. That's how you do it in the Boeing 737-800. I mean, according to the chart and everything. And we use this stuff, we use the autopilot a little bit to make it a little bit easier for us, but we didn't actually use the autopilot, technically we hand flew it. So that's how you take off, guys. Alright, I just want to show you the flight analysis, okay? I just want to show you the flight analysis we did. So I'll show you this here. All we did was we took off, and it took us a while to take off, but we finally took off like that, and then we just went straight. And just the altitude shows everything, okay? As you can see here, we just went straight basically. I mean, that we went far. I mean, if you look at the chart here, we started here at Pain or whatever, and then it took us a while. So where do we take off? There we go. So we run it, rolling, and then we took off, and then you can see our altitude is pretty good there. Then we just had a constant climb rate, up to 10,000, and when we finally got to 10,000, we leveled off. As you see there, right there, we leveled off, and we just continued on. So that was a success, in my opinion. So I just wanted to show that. So that's that. Now we end the flight. And now we're gonna do the, solo flight jet landing. Plane field runway 34 left is straight ahead. The aircraft is configured to land, and you're cleared to land on runway 34 left. You're flying the Boeing 737. So this is the solo flight jet landing. So this is when you're landing the jet, okay? So things are gonna happen really quick, really quickly here. So we are on. Check it out. We are on final. We need to make sure that we stay around 150 knots. The most important thing to understand about this is staying at the speed you need to be, and then our gear's already down, our flaps are already at 30. So since it's a visual approach, we just keep flying, and we arrest our sink rate just a little bit, just to make sure that we get on the poppy. We need to make sure we're on the poppy. That's the most important thing. Since it's clear weather, we can look at the poppy and use that for our glide slope. It doesn't look like we are on we have any DME or distance measuring equipment or anything like that, so it doesn't say we're on localizer or anything. We also don't have a glide slope, which is weird. Now we're too low, so we're going to add power. Fix the trim a little bit. Trim's a little weird. Give it a little bit of power. So this is just getting a feel for it, really, you know. Most important thing is getting a good feel for it. I haven't done this in a long time, so as you can see, I'm really rusty and I'm too low.
Don't sink. Don't sink.
A little bit of power. And since we don't have a glide slope or anything, it's really hard
Don't sink.
to see if I'm on the right glide path or anything. So this is a pretty shit straight-in approach, not gonna lie. We're doing a pretty shit job at this, and we're going too fast.
Don't sink.
But we'll make it just fine.
Sink rate.
Oh shit.
Don't sink.
Pull up. And then just... I started sinking too quickly. Let's let it coast down. We can do thrust reversals if you want. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to brake. So there's not much explanation I could really do there, honestly, because, you know, there wasn't really much explanation I could do, to be honest. Hey, the speed brake was automatic. That's pretty dope. I didn't know that. I didn't know the speed brake could be automatic. That's dope. Speed brake. So, I didn't know arming it would make it automatic. That's fucking awesome. But, no need for that, to be honest. I don't know where the button is to arm it or whatever, but I got rid of the keybind anyway. But anyways, yeah, that's that. That's how you land in a straight-in approach with the airliner. It's once you're on glide slope and stuff, you just need to make sure that you stay on the glide slope, you stay at your speed, and you'll basically stay on the glide slope. And the power is whatever you need to stay on glide slope. And the vertical speed you need. Alright, let's look at the flight analysis of this. Alright, so here's the flight analysis. So we started at like 3,400 feet, and we just basically went straight in. You need to zoom out one. Basically went straight in, as you can see here. Just went straight and landed. And here you can see, if I zoom in, you can see we went down kind of at a certain rate, and then we kind of just fluctuated pretty badly there when we finally landed. As you can see, this was not very good. As far as the altitude goes, this was not good at all. I did a pretty shit job, to be honest. But yeah, this was a pretty shit job. Not gonna lie, the altitude was fluctuating. I wasn't really sure what I was doing, to be honest, because we were already on final and everything, and the plane was already configured. So starting like that is kind of tough because you don't have time to plan anything really when it's like that. But anyways, that's what it was. Okay, that's the flight analysis. Exit flight. Then lessons. Descent and energy management. So this is going to be. Actually, it's not bad. Should go quite quickly. Lesson 2, Energy Management by Rod Machado. Imagine sitting on the back of a mean rodeo bull as the gates open and the audience cheers. You're holding on for dear life, rearing the day you gave up being a vegetarian. The stakes are high because the big stake you're riding is in rare form and in a mighty bad mood. After what seems like hours of trying to steer the steer, you're ejected from the beast and your life saved by rodeo clowns. What does this have to do with flying a jet? Without a good understanding of energy management, you'll probably feel something similar to riding a wild bull when trying to get a jet down and stopped on a runway. The only thing missing from this scenario would be the rodeo clowns. Like riding a steer, controlling a jet means understanding how to balance its energy. Descents. We have covered the fundamental points involved in getting you airborne and leveled off at a cruise altitude. Now you're wondering how you can descend and be in the right place at the right speed and altitude for landing. When it comes time to begin the descent, you must complete several important tasks in order to end up at the right place and at the right time. Prior to actually beginning the descent, aircrews must complete the following. Number 1, plan when to start the descent. Number 2, get the 80% of the information relating to the approach and landing. Number 3, calculate or estimate the landing weight of the aircraft. 4, determine the flap setting and VUF speeds for landing. 5, determine the appropriate landing runway and approach desired. 6, brief the crew on specifics of the approach. 7, complete the descent checklist. Descent planning. Descent planning is not a trivial matter. It requires some expertise, but we'll show you the basics required to get the most enjoyment from your flight simulator experience. Here's the lowdown on getting down. Aircraft equipped with turbine engines achieve the best performance at high altitudes where the air is thin and fuel consumption is low. Jets like to climb high quickly and remain there for as long as possible. Although it may be better for airplane's performance, a steep high-speed descent is not the most enjoyable experience for passengers. So alas, we must find a way to descend from altitude at a more comfortable rate. After all, during the descent, the last thing you want your passengers to do is throw their hands over their heads like they would on a wild roller coaster ride, right? Air crews flying large jets at high altitudes like to descend using the 3-2-1 principle. So 3-to-1 principle. That is, for every 3 nautical miles traveled forward, they descend 1,000 feet. This rate produces the same 3-degree glide slope you typically use on final approach. So this is, a standard descent. It's kind of what we do in DCS, the same shit. Just called 3-to-1. So every 3 nautical miles traveled forward, they descend 1,000 feet. There are 2 key components to descent planning: when to start the descent and which rate of descent to use. When do I start my descent? To figure out when you should start down from your cruising altitude, you need to know the point in altitude where you'd like to be along your route. For a simple VFR flight, you might want to be at traffic pattern altitude, 1,500 feet above ground level, as you enter the pattern. Commercial airlines often must follow an IFS standard terminal or arrival route procedure, or STAR, which, by the way, isn't only used at night, that dictates the altitude and speed at which you need to be at points along the specified route. For example, a STAR might request that you descend across the 30 DME fix from the ABC VOR at 10,000 feet and maintain 250 knots. I guess we would call this a falling STAR, but we won't. To figure out your starting point, or top of descent, also known as, I believe, the decision height, I think that's what it's called, while following the 3-to-1 rule, subtract your target altitude from your current altitude and multiply this answer by 3. This will give you the number of miles from your target that you need to start your descent. Consider the following examples. If we are flying at 8,500 feet and want to be at 1,500 feet at the airport, calculate your descent point as follows. Our starting altitude in thousands of feet, 8.5, minus 1.5, subtract our target altitude in thousands of feet. So we want to be, 1,500 feet. So 8.5 minus 1.5 equals 7. Our altitude to lose in thousands of feet. So we need to lose 7,000 feet. So we're getting the difference between the starting altitude and the altitude we want. So we have 7,000 feet that we need to descend. So we take 7 and multiply by 3, magic 3-to-1 multiplier, 21. And 21 is nautical miles from the airport. And when you think about it, the reason you multiply by 3 is because it's 3 nautical miles for every 1,000 feet. So see, what was it up here? What do you say? 3 nautical miles for every 3 nautical miles, 1,000 feet is descended. So you multiply by 3 because it's if I understand correctly, you multiply by 3 because you have 3 nautical miles and you travel 3 nautical miles for every 1,000 feet. So if you're at 7,000, so if you're at 8.5 or you're at 7 or whatever, you need to do 1,000 feet. So you need to do 1,000 feet. 7,000 times, seven times, basically, or 7,000. Don't. You know what? Never mind. Just don't even think about what I'm saying. I'm confusing myself actually, because I don't really fully understand where this comes from. But and I kind of hate that. If someone knows in the comments why this magic 3.1 multiplier works, like the logic behind it, please let me know, because I'm interested to know. Okay, I can't fully quantify it or figure it out right now. I will say that I think my best judgment is because he says up here, for every 3 nautical miles, 1,000 foot is descended. So when you multiply by 3, it's 3 nautical miles for every 1,000 feet. So you need to start at 21, because you have 21 nautical miles. If you subtract by 3, 21, it's 18, and then subtract another 3, 15. So you subtract it 7 times in this case. So you start it 7 times, and you have 7,000. You have 7. You 21, and then divided by 3 is 7. 21 divided by 3 is 7, which makes it, because for every 3 nautical miles you're losing 7,000 feet in total to get to 1,500 feet. You know, it's kind of hard to explain, but I think I understand it at this point. So basically all you need to remember is whatever you want to be at, so target altitude, whatever you want to be at. So let's say our starting altitude is 10,000 feet, and we want to be at 5,000 feet at the end. We want to be at 5,000 feet, so 10,000 minus 5,000 is 10,000 minus 5,000 is 5,000, right? And then you multiply by 3, that's 15. So that would be 15 nautical miles from the airport you want to descend at a 3 degree, okay? 3 degree glide slope, so 1,000 feet for every 3 nautical miles. So here's another simple way to calculate this in your head. Once you know the altitude you want to lose in descent, multiply it by 3 to determine the miles from the fix you should be. If you know the altitude you want to lose, okay. Multiply by 3, we'll use this during the lesson, monitor our progress during the descent, which will then tell us if we need to make adjustments along the way. According to our star instruction example above, if we were cruising at 28,000 feet, need to be at 10,000 feet, 30 miles from the VOR. Our calculations would be as follows. You have 28, starting altitude in thousands of feet, target altitude in thousands of feet, okay? And then altitude to lose in thousands of feet is 18,000. Or 18,000. And then times by 3, 54 nautical miles from our destination point. That's again for the destination point. That's for the airport, not like. That's okay. Let me just read this and then I'll explain it. Okay. Here comes the fun part of this example, and no radio commands are involved. We need to begin our descent 54 nautical miles from our target destination point, 30 DME fix from the ABC VOR. This means we need to add in the additional 30 nautical miles to this 54 nautical mile figure and start our descent 84 nautical miles, 54 nautical miles plus 30 DME from the ABC VOR. You have a lot of fun calculating the descent points and flying them to check your assumptions. The next point element of the equation is the actual rate of descent you use during the descent profile. So, what he means is the difference between this example and this example is that this thing, it says 30 miles from the VOR. So when we do this calculation initially to get 54, we are doing it so we calculate what we need to do to get there at the target altitude at the VOR, okay, at the actual VOR where it is, you know, in real life, like where it is, you know, its actual destination, to fly directly over it. So what this means is if we wait till we get to 54 nautical miles and then we start our descent, we will be, according to this, we will be at 10,000 feet. we will be at 10. Wait. Yeah, we will be at 10,000 feet. Over top of the VOR, but we don't want that. The star says we need to be 30 miles from the VOR. So we need to be 30 miles outbound. So it says 10,000 feet, 30 miles away from the VOR. So to do that, you need to add a 30 to the 54 because, again, if it's 54 nautical miles from the destination point, and we add 30, that will be, 84, which would give us, when we need to descend, to be at 10,000 feet, 30 nautical miles from the VOR, if that makes sense. So this is the easy one. This one, and again, before, like, when I was a kid, I never understood this. But before, when the easiest thing about this is, this gives you, 21 nautical miles from the destination point, whatever it is, okay? So if we want to be, 21 nautical miles from the airport, we will start our descent and do the, 3 degree glide slope or whatever it is, to actually get to the target altitude, which is, in this case, 1,500 feet, at the airport. And then this one is basically, the only difference between this one and this one is you're adding an offset, basically. If you want to be, so let's say, to make it in here, if we want to be 1,500 feet, 10 nautical miles from the airport, not 1,500 feet at the airport, we want to be 1,500 feet, let's say, 10 nautical miles from the airport, then you would add 10 to this, so it would be 31 nautical miles from the airport to start the descent, okay? So basically what you're doing is you're calculating the decision height here. So that's how this math works. What rate of descent would get me there? Using the right rate of descent in feet per minute will be the key to arriving at your target destination at the proper altitude. In order to maintain our 3-to-1 descent profile, we can calculate the required rate of descent by multiplying our estimated ground speed for descent by 6. I don't know why it's like that, but, it's whatever. To determine your ground speed, look in the upper left corner of the nav display. So, ground speed 164, or bring up the GPS clicking the display hide GPS icon. It'll say the ground speed. But how will you know what your ground speed will be in the descent before you descend? Our profile initial descent speed from altitude will be approximately 0.74 Mach, or about 400 knots ground speed. So you can use 400 knots as your initial ground speed during descent, and calculate the required rate of descent by multiplying 400 knots by 6 to get 2,400 feet per minute. So in our example above, at 84 nautical miles from the ABC VOR, begin at 2,400 feet per minute descent. In cruise, you have been traveling at around 400 knots with N1 set around 71%. For descent, initially reduced to N1 to 60% to 62% to keep you from overspeeding the aircraft. Very quick way to estimate your descent rates, consider the following. Above 25,000 feet, 300 knots at 2,500 feet per minute. Below 15,000 feet, 250 knots at 1,700 feet per minute, 200 knots at 1,400 feet per minute. I'm not sure where this comes from, but I don't understand why you multiply by 6. If anyone knows why you multiply by 6, please let me know, because I don't understand why you multiply by 6. That makes no fucking logical sense. I don't know why you do that. I'm sure if someone explained it to me and was like, you multiply by 6 because blah blah blah, it would make sense. How fast is too fast? A subtle piece of the equation is speed control. There are two places you need to modify let's see here. The stability you need to modify your profile to keep within parameters. During descent, as you descend into thicker, denser air, and at the level off point where you may need to start slowing down to meet any assigned speed restriction, for example, slowing to 250 knots. Now, it's very important to remember the FAA regulation that limits the airspeed to no more than 250 knots when you're below 10,000 feet. In the lesson, we will stay below this airspeed, but it would be important to remember on your check ride. As you descend into thicker air, your airspeed unit of measure will change from a percent of the speed of sound, Mach, back to knots. And that's, I believe you do that past the transition altitude, so 18,000 feet. To prevent a closed shave by flying too fast when it's not appropriate to do so, you can determine this threshold by noticing the barber pole, the red and white stripe pole or needle displayed on the upper left side of the airspeed indicator. This needle marks the never exceed speed for the aircraft. So VNE. During descent, the barber pole increases toward the needle of the airspeed indicator and left unattended will eventually cross paths. Should this happen, you have an overspeed indication on your hands as marked by the click-clacking audible warning, which also sounds like the co-pilot's chattering teeth because he's quite nervous by now. To avoid this, reduce N1 to 45% and maintain 310 and 320 knots during the remainder of your descent. Okay. It could be lower, but you know, it doesn't really matter, to be honest. It doesn't have to be that fast, unless you want it to be. As you descend from cruise altitude, you'll be storing up all kinds of kinetic energy as you go swooping down at more than 300 knots. All this works against you as you reach a target point and need to slow down. The solution is easy. During your descent planning, allow for an additional 5 nautical miles to level off and slow to your target speed at idle. In our example above, this would mean beginning your descent at 89 nautical miles from the ABC VOR. So you take 8. The reason he gets 89 is because he's adding 5 nautical miles. So it would be 84, which is what it was, right? 84 nautical miles plus 5 is 89 nautical miles, and the 5 is here. So, beginning your descent at 89 nautical miles from the ABC VOR, arriving at 10,000 feet, 35 miles from the VOR. Once leveled at 10,000 feet, reduce the power to flight idle and coast the 5 nautical miles, bleeding off speed until you reach 250 knots. At this point, increase the throttles to N1 of 52 to 55% and maintain 250 knots. And now a word of warning from your sponsor, me. If you have been using the autopilot with the auto throttles enabled, you may not slow down in time to meet your crossing restriction. With the second example above, the auto throttles will get you slow to 250 knots, but not by the 30 DME fix. Typically, the auto throttles can take as much as 7 minutes to slow down. You can cover a large distance in this amount of time without access to the flight management system, FMS. The best way to handle this is to disengage your auto throttles as you level at the 5 nautical mile lead point, and set power to flight idle manually. Optionally, you can use a 10 nautical mile lead point to account for the extra time and distance required for auto throttles to slow down. Remember to reset your altimeter. Remember that as you descend below flight level 180, 18,000 feet, you need to reset your altimeter from 299 and 2 inches to a local pressure setting, which you get from listening to ATIS. Of course, as a last resort, you can always deploy the spoilers or speed brakes by pressing the / key. Careful planning, so as the above steps, you should be in fine position for your approach and landing profiles. Now you're an energy manager because the 3-to-1 rule on descent planning is true for any plane you fly, such as the Cessna Skyhawk and Beechcraft Baron 58 at lower altitudes and airspeeds. Perhaps I should now call you the all-being master of space, time, and dimension because so few people ever master energy, much less master in the Boeing 737. Okay, I won't call you that yet. All I'll say is give this lesson a try and practice the principles you've learned here. More power to you. Okay, see you in the cockpit. Click the lesson link to practice what you just learned. So the most important thing to remember is the 3-to-1 rule. So again, if we are starting altitude, whatever it is, let's say 10,000 feet in this case. Let's just say 10,000 feet. For starting out is 10,000 feet. Starting altitude is 10,000 feet. We want to be at 5,000 feet. Then we subtract 5,000 feet. So if we were at 10,000, let's just round it to 10. So 10 minus 5 will be at 5. Will be 5, and then 5 times 3 is 15. So 15 nautical miles from the airport. 15 nautical miles from the airport. Start the descent. Okay. And then the next thing is ground speed. So you take your ground speed and times by 6. Okay. And that's the descent that you need to be at. That's the feet per minute you need to. That's the descent you need to be at. Okay. Or the rate of descent you need to be at. Now keep in mind, staying at 400 knots and shit like that might be very difficult. So what you need to do is ensure that once your airspeed drops or gets faster, that you recalculate and you multiply by 6. Okay. So don't worry about this. I'm not even going to worry about this. I'll just do the calculation. Because I can't remember shit. I'd rather do the calculation. So, and again, there's no math to tell what speed you need to be at, but this is the most important part here. So determine the ground speed. You determine the ground speed and then multiply by 6. Multiply by 6, and then that's the feet per minute descent you need to do at the decision height. Okay, so when you actually start the descent, so 84 nautical miles or whatever it is, and the only reason he's adding 5 here is to just make it easier so that you can be at the speed you need to be when you cross the fix or VOR or whatever you're crossing. Okay, first lesson now. Airline Transport Pilot Lesson 2, Energy Management. In this lesson, you'll learn to plan and control your descent from cruise altitude to reach a specific location at assigned altitude. Estimated time to complete, 30 minutes. Required knowledge and skills. You should complete all student, private, commercial, and intimate lessons before beginning this lesson. Reading the ground school material before starting this lesson help you better understand the skills being taught and terminology used in the lesson. The weather. Skies have layered clouds and the wind is calm. Recommended charts, none. About the flight. In this lesson, you'll become familiar with flying the Boeing 737 from a cruise altitude, specific altitude and location. You will start in flight at flight level 280, so 28,000 feet, and fly outbound from the Spokane VOR on the 255 radial, starting at about 90 DME at 300 knots indicated airspeed. At the Whitrow intersection, you will slow the airplane to 250 knots. At the Sauk intersection, you begin a descent across the Payne VOR at 8,000 feet within plus 5,000 feet. During the descent, you'll be taught how to anticipate the required descent rates and to monitor progress during the descent. If you want to complete the approach into Seattle, you will be allowed to, but you will not be required to fly the approach in order to complete the lesson. You will receive minimal assistance from your instructor in this portion of the flight. This is a good opportunity to practice your landing skills. You can either hide flying the lesson or use the autopilot for the entire lesson. The lesson does not teach using the autopilot, so you must bring those skills to the lesson if you choose to use the autopilot. I'm going to hand fly it, make it hard, just to show you I can do it. Normally the autopilot would be used, but I'm going to hand fly it. Key commands to remember, non-unique to this lesson. Flight criteria, be asked to maintain airspeed within 15 knots as assigned. Altitude within 300 feet is assigned. Course within 5 degrees is assigned. Headings within 10 degrees is assigned. Alright, that's it, guys. We are going to fly now and do it. We're going to do this. Let's see if I can we're going to do this. So, let's fly this lesson now. Let's do it.
They say that everything that goes up must come down.
Yep.
In this lesson, you'll learn how to descend a Boeing 737 so you arrive at a specific location and altitude simultaneously. This is very important if you want to get an airplane designed for fast flying to slow down and descend to the spot from which you start your approach into the airport. Before I turn control over to you, I want to confirm that you've read the ground school material for this lesson. I'm relying on you to understand some important calculations and concepts in order to make this work. If you want to start over, press escape. Otherwise, the airplane is all yours. As mentioned in the briefing, you can hand fly this lesson or use the autopilot. In either case, you need to be proficient at controlling the airplane or proficient at using the autopilot. Either way, you're the pilot in command from here on out. Here's what we'll do in this lesson. We're tracking outbound from the Spokane VOR. When we reach Whitrow intersection, you'll slow the plane to 250 knots. At Swak intersection, you'll be able to pick up Payne VOR. You'll track inbound on the 255 degree course and begin your descent to cross Payne VOR precisely at 8,000 feet. We'll monitor the descent and make adjustments so you cross the VOR as instructed. At that point, you'll make a turn toward the east and then intercept and fly the SeaTac runway 16 left ILS approach.
I'm going to get rid of these. And let's do it. Constantly looking at this here, and this here, and this tape here. I'm hand flying this, so just so you can hand fly it.
Speed up.
Oh, need to speed up. Oh shit, too high. To the right just a little bit. Fuck, too much.
We're at Whitrow, or 103 DME from Spokane. So slow the airplane to 250 knots while maintaining flight level 280. Try reducing the power to about 35% N1 and use trim to make maintaining your altitude easier. Readjust your power as needed once you're at 250 knots. As we fly toward our descent point, you want to calculate our descent rate to start us toward crossing Payne VOR at 8,000 feet. As I mentioned in the ground school, we'll use the 3-to-1 rule, where we'll fly 3 miles for every 1,000 feet we descend. So we subtract 8,000 from 28,000 and drop the last 3 digits. That's 20. Multiply by 3, and that tells us to start our descent at 60 DME from Payne. And because we're at 28,000 feet, I guess we can call this higher math. As for our descent rate, we'll multiply our ground speed by 6. So we take our approximate ground speed of 375 knots, multiply by 6 to get 2,250. So our 2 key numbers are to start descending at 60 DME and at a rate of 2,250 feet per minute.
Okay. Look at that, 250 knots. You go up a little bit, turn right a little bit.
Before we begin our descent, we also want to set up our radios. Press Shift 2 to bring up the radio stack. We'll tune 3 stations. Change nav 1 to 110.6.
Okay.
Change nav 1 standby to 110.3. Change nav 2 to 115.5. Press Shift 2 again. Our descent point will start at about 130 DME from Spokane. We've changed Spokane VOR to nav 2, so watch the DME in the RMI and continue flying your current heading.
Two, 5, 350 knots, 28,000 feet, roger. Doing pretty much perfect. Excuse me.
I anticipate receiving paying VOR in a few miles, so closely watch the HSI for station reception. You want to start your descent at 60 DME, which is also 130 DME from Spokane. So you need to move fast when you receive the VOR.
Any second now.
There's 60 DME, so start your descent to 8,000 feet at about 2,250 feet per minute. You may need to reduce power a bit to keep the airplane at an indicated airspeed of 250 knots. I'd suggest setting the power to about 35% N1. Also, start tracking inbound on the 255-degree course to Payne. Our goal from here is to cross over the VOR right at 8,000 feet. As we descend, your main job, beside flying the airplane of course, is to anticipate where you need to be when you pass through each flight level. So our next goal is to pass through flight level 260 at about 54 DME.
260, 54. Get on that radio, on that course. There you go, perfect. Good descent.
Okay, there's 26,000. You appear to be on a good descent profile. As we approach flight level 250, let's do some mental math to monitor our progress. We'll be at 25,000 feet, and we're going to 8,000. So 25 minus 8 is 17. Times 3 is 51. So we can check for 51 DME as we pass through flight level 250. Try to be within 1 mile of your target at each check. How are you doing?
Doing good right now.
Okay, there's 25,000. You appear to be on a good descent profile. As we pass through each 2,000-foot block, I'll monitor your progress and offer some suggestions for adjusting your descent.
It's getting pretty quickly, honestly.
Okay, there's 24,000. You appear to be on a good descent profile. As we approach flight level 230, let's do some more mental math to monitor our progress. We'll be at 23,000 and we're going to 8,000. So 23 minus 8 is 15, times 3 is 45. So we'll check for 45 DME as we pass through flight level 230. Okay, there's 23,000. You appear to be on a good descent profile.
It's a mile off out, whatever. I should need to turn left. Oh shit, I need to turn. 42 DME. 22,000. There we go.
Okay, there's 22,000. You appear to be on a good descent profile.
Doing perfect so far. 36 DME, 20,000 feet. Watch out. Not too fast. I'm hand flying this, which is hard. It's perfect.
Okay, there's 20,000. You appear to be on a good descent profile.
DME, 18,000. Watch out. Need to arrest that a little bit. Perfect. Shit, need to turn. Shit. West.
Okay, there's 18,000. You appear to be on a good descent profile.
Kind of struggling a little bit, as you can see, but it's whatever. $24, 16,000. Turn left. Go on that course.
Okay, there's 16,000. You appear to be on a good descent profile.
18, 14,000.
Slow down. Okay, there's 14,000. You appear to be on a good descent profile.
Twelve DME, 12,000. At 12. Roger. Looks pretty good to me.
Okay, there's 12,000. You appear to be on a good descent profile.
Looking pretty good here.
You're within 2,000 feet of your assigned altitude, so make your last correction to level off at 8,000 feet before crossing the VOR. Remember that at 8,000 feet, the DME will read about 1.2 when you're geographically over the VOR.
Alright, 8,000 feet, roger. Need to rest it a little bit more. A little bit more. Oh shit. So we can do this. Fucking hell. There you go. About 8,000. There we go.
You're over the VOR now. Good job.
Literally 8,000
Okay,
feet, that's
let's
dope.
try a simple ILS approach into SeaTac. I'll talk you through it, but use all the skills you've learned in the instrument lessons. Slow down to 200 knots indicated airspeed.
Okay, roger.
Start a left turn to a heading of 130 degrees.
130. Oh fuck, stay it. It's gonna be hard.
Bank the wings more.
Said 130, right? I think I said 130. Yeah, 130. So far we're doing okay. Oh shit. Go higher. Sorry.
Bank the wings more.
Fuck. Too low.
Bank the wings more.
Mate, I'm almost there. Need to start my rollout. Fucking hell, mate. Oh shit. Passed it. Not paying attention. Fucking hell.
You're too low. Climb.
I'm trying to climb, mate.
The skills you learned in the previous ATP lesson will serve you well here. I'll let you do the flying with only minimal instruction. Your job now is to get us on the ground safely. Descend and maintain 5,000 feet until established on the approach. Maintain 200 knots indicated airspeed. There's the glide slope coming in. Capture and fly the glide slope to decision height. Be sure to configure the aircraft for landing. The quick checklist for landing is gear down, flaps to 30, slow to VREF or 150 knots, set auto brakes to 3, arm the spoilers.
Where are we landing? Where the fuck are we landing? Oh, 161. Oh, you're landing gear. Flaps to 30.
Lower your flaps.
Fucking hell, mate. So 150 knots. It's gonna be hard.
Slow down.
I'm trying, mate. What a
You're
brute.
too high. Reduce power.
Trying to get there, mate. Trying to get that localizer. Did you get the glide slope? Yeah, I have the glide slope. No glide slope again. Fucking hell, man. Need to turn even more to get that. Oh god. It's going quickly. Oh shit. Below the glide slope. There we go. Stay on the glide slope. Let it come down to me. Don't chase it. Let it come down to me. Fucking hell, dude. I don't see the runway anywhere. Oh, I see it. Never mind. I'm not sure which one we were landing on. There we go, perfect. This is how you do it right here. We're on the glide slope. Not on the glider. Oh, need to go down a bit. There we go. Now I'm below it, damn it. I think we'll be okay. Hand flying in this. This is insane. Can't believe I'm hand flying this whole fucking thing. That's dope. It really takes skill to be able to do this, especially at poor FPS. Do the glide slope again. Am I landing on the right runway? No, I'm not. Fuck. Turn right, mate. Turn right. Left. Left. Fucking hell. I can't even see the runway very well. That's what makes it so difficult. I can't see the runway. There it is.
Don't sink.
I'm below glide
Don't
slope.
sink.
And there we go. Right. A little bit. A little bit high. I think we got this though. I think we got this in the bag. Yeah, we got this. We got this shit. We got this. Perfect. All the way in, all the way in, all the way in, nice. Right. All the way in, nice.
You're too low. Increase power.
Wait, I'm
As we
landing.
cross the threshold here, smoothly reduce power to idle. Now flare to a 3-degree nose-up pitch. Press and hold F2 to initiate your thrust reversers. Speed up. Press F1 to disengage the thrust reversers and let the auto brakes bring you to a stop.
I didn't land on the center line, but... Fuck yeah. You did it.
Good job. You're ready to move on to the next lesson. I can tell you're working hard at this, but I suggest taking the first 2 lessons again before moving on to the last lesson and the check ride.
Alright, so we did that. We hand flew the entire thing. That was fucking insane. So we started... Where did we start? Probably to the right? Somewhere. Right. We started from the east. We started from the east and then we just went. We'll look at the altitudes later, but we did that. We got on the course. And then we kept going. Cross Pane. We did a left turn, got on the localizer and glide slope to Seattle, and landed. As far as the altitudes go, this is what we did. Let's see where's the... Okay, there it is. So the first thing we did was... Where is it? So the first thing we did was we stayed at the same altitude, did a few things, staying at the same altitude, then we started to descend. As you can see here, when we started to turn and intercept the course, or the radio or whatever, we started to descend, and we descended very methodically, as you can see. And then you kept descending, descending, and then when we got to 8,000 feet, we stayed there the whole time until we turned, when we crossed the pane, and then we turned and started to descend once more to 5,000 feet. So that we could, right there is where we started to descend to intercept the glide slope, and we finally intercepted the glide slope, as you can see here, and then we used the glide slope all the way down to the runway. So that's what we did there. That was the flight analysis of that. Took a while, but it was worth it. And then solo flight descending from cruise. Solo flight descending from cruise. Here I get to teach how it works, okay? You're 45 DME, so distance measurement says 45 DME. So you're 45 miles away from the VOR, tracking inbound on the 100-degree course to the Payne VOR. Cross the VOR at 2,000 feet. Plan your descent before beginning the flight. Try to cross the VOR at no higher than 2,200 feet and not below your assigned altitude. You'll be flying in the Boeing 737. I will show you how to use the autopilot to get this taken care of, okay? So for this, I'm going to use the autopilot. I'm not going to hand fly it, because, you know, I'm not going to hand fly it this time. I'm going to show you how to use the autopilot to get this done, okay? So basically, 45 DME, tracking inbound, 100-degree course, cross the VOR at 2,000 feet. So 2,000 feet, we need to remember, is our target altitude, and stay on the 100-degree course. And we want to cross the VOR at 2,000 feet. And we're applying the descent. Cross the VOR no higher than 2,200 feet. So, you know, we'll plan it and everything, okay? So, flight assessment now. Okay. Fucking hell. I have the game paused because, you know, everything's going to go pretty quickly, I guess. So we can talk and plan our approach and everything. We're not actually going to land or anything, but I'm just going to show how to descend and everything and teach it my own way. So basically, it looks like we're starting off at 15,000 feet. I will say we're not actually going to land. We're just going to cross over the VOR or whatever, and then end the vid there. We're going to be using autopilot in this because, you know, we want to use autopilot. We want to use autopilot because I want to show you how to use the autopilot so that we can do this with the autopilot, you know. So we are at 15,000 feet, so we're going to turn on the autopilot. We're going to turn on the autopilot at 15k, so this here. And then Hey, that's new. Usually when you turn on autopilot and stuff, it doesn't actually do anything until you unpause, which is nice. Altitude hold, I'm going to turn that on to 15,000 and 230. We'll actually do 230. Actually, we'll do 250. Sorry. Let me turn off track IR because it's a little annoying. Hold on. It's easier to do it here. And then speed, to arm speed. There you go. And we want to be whatever our heading is, 100. So 100-degree course. 10, heading select. Just like that, okay? That's what we want to do. Although our course needs to be 100, so what we need to do is actually do VOR lock. Do that. Because then it will do the course instead of the heading, okay? Get rid of this. I don't know why that always does that, but do that. So when we unpause, everything should be set to go. Now, let's start the sim. Let's actually start the sim. Okay. See that our it's taking control now. So what we need to do is we need to calculate our descent when we're going to descend, okay? So to do that, we do the 1 to 3 rule, or 3 to 1 rule, right? So, or 1 to 3 rule, or whatever. So what we're doing is we're taking 15,000 feet, that's where we're at, right? And we want to be at 2,000 feet when you cross the VOR. So, at 2,000, so we want to do 15 minus 2, and that's 13, okay? And then 13 times 3, okay? 13, 26, 13, 26, 39, yeah, 39. So that means at 39 DME, so right now, let me actually pause. We need to pause, because we're at 39 DME here, as you can see here, we're at 39 DME, so we need to actually descend now. We also need to calculate our speed. So our ground speed, as you can see here, is 310 knots. So 310 times 6. So the easy way to do this is 300 times 6. That's 6, 12, 18. So that's 1800, okay? That's 1800. And then 10 times 6 is 60. So 1800 times 1800 plus 60 is 1860 feet. So we'll just round that up to 1900 feet per minute is what we need to do, okay? So I'm going to set this to 2,000, right? So we need to go to 2,000 feet, right? 1,800, 1,900 feet. So we'll just round that off, and we should be good to go. So unpause, and we should be good. Let me turn that off, that's annoying. Let me turn that off. Let's see, nav 1, turn that off. There you go. It should shut up now. So we should be good. We're going a bit fast, but we should get there right at 2,000 feet. And a way to calculate it is, you know, if we are, let's say 12,000 feet, so that's coming up. At 12,000 feet, we need to be at, let's see, 12 minus 2, so you do the same thing. 12 minus 2, that's 10. 10 times 6, 12 minus 2, that's, oh sorry, 12 minus 2, that's 10. And then 10 times 3 is 30. So at 30 DME, we need to be at 12,000 feet. We're descending a little fast here, as you can see here. So we need to be, actually we might just make it. We're within a mile, so it's 30. Yeah, there we go. So let me arrest this just a little bit. Up just a little bit. Just do that, okay? And we don't need to touch anything either. We can just relax. This is the beauty of the autopilot. Okay? Hey, my clouds are working. Finally. I think. Are they? They look a little weird. Yeah, they're working. Oh, they're working before, but they're working now. So do that, and then down again. 1900. So at 8,000 feet, or 9,000 feet, we need to be 8, 7, 7, 21, we need to be 21 DME, so 21 miles away from the VOR at 9,000 feet. And we're going quite quick here, so we need to actually arrest this a bit. Descending a little too quickly here. I'm actually going to arrest this a little bit more, just for a couple of seconds. Can help. Oh shit. Only what's the truck I on. Damn it, what's going on? Oh fuck. Hold on. Oh no. I can't do it because of the notifications. And I can't turn off the notifications either because it'll fuck up the recording. So I'm using fraps for this. So 7,000 feet. We're going to be 15 DME at 7,000 feet, which is not going to happen. So we're descending too quickly. Fuck, why is it not working? Why is nothing working? That's so stupid. No, I can't do anything, guys. I'm sorry. I can't. I got notifications on the right of the screen and I can't disable them because it'll fuck up the recording, so we're basically stuck. We're basically stuck. There's nothing I can do. We're gonna get there probably, see, 15, yeah, 15, 16, 6, 5, 4, 3, no, 6, 5, 4, 4, 8, 12, yeah. Yeah, we're descending way too quickly. We're descending way too quickly to be there, you know, on the proper descent. We're descending way too quickly. But there's nothing I can do about it right now, so I'm sorry. But that's how you do it with the autopilot in general. At least we'll get there, you know, at least we'll get to 2,000 feet, you know. The hardest thing is to remember the 3-to-1 rule. Or whatever it is, 1 to 3, 3-to-1 rule. Yeah, 3-to-1 rule. Remembering it's the hardest part. And we'll just do this until we cross the VOR. And we'll do heading hold. I mean, the VOR is going to get more sensitive, so what we're going to do is actually do heading right now and kind of, actually I can't even do that, fuck. Can't do that. Shit. We are locked. Can I turn that off at least? No, I cannot. Shit. Actually I can. I'm gonna turn that off. And we're at 2000. A little bit of power. And we'll be at 2000 here. As we cross the VOR, which is 4 miles. 4 nautical miles. Oh, what is that? Oh, it's an aircraft carrier! I didn't know they had those here. I didn't know they had one there. Dude, that's dope. An aircraft carrier there, dope. No, crossover in any seconds. Any second now. And there we are, we crossed it. And as you can see, if I go outside, if I go outside and then go down, VOR is, where's it? Right there. That's the VOR right there. What happened to my tracker? Oh, that's right. Oh, it fucks up like that. So, we did it. Now we're going to do the flight analysis. So we did it. And we were a bit early, but we did it still. So that's all that matters. Alright, here's the flight analysis of what we did. Let me take off my glasses. So if I'm close to the screen where I have the glasses on, it hurts. So I'm going to go to where we were before, which was, oh, we're in a restricted area. Brilliant. Let's see where we, man, we were far away, damn. Look at that. We were far away, shit. Let's go back all the way here. That's what we did. So the top down is what we did is we went here and just followed the course all the way in. You can see there. Follow the course all the way in until we passed Payne and finished off there. But that's not what's important here. What's important is the descent. Okay, that's the whole point of this. So what we did was, so where did we start? Started there, okay? So we start here, and we start descending, 1800 to 1900, okay? We just kept descending at this rate, okay? Then we started descending a little too quickly, but we just descended until we got to 2,000 feet, and then we just stayed there, okay? It's kind of hard to really see because, you know, kind of hard to see because you know, it's. I mean, you saw what it was. You saw what it was in the flight. But this is basically what we did there. We had this constant, as you can see, this relatively constant. Let's do that. This relatively constant descent rate here to get there, to get to 2,000 at pain. But we descended a little too quickly. So ideally, what we should have done was descend like this, like that, and then be at 2,000 right at pain. So instead of going down here like this, the angle should have been like that, with the mouse there. But it wasn't. It was relatively okay. We didn't screw that up too much, I don't think. But yep, that was the flight. So now I'm going to end. Let's continue on. So, last lesson, last training of the entire series. Of the learning center series, we're almost done, guys. Lesson 3, 4 ILS approach. So lesson 3, 4 ILS approach by Rod Machado. Let's see. Autopilot fundamentals can learn a lot more about the learning center article using the autopilot. I don't need to do that, but let's just see. Yeah, I already did. Oh. Yeah, see, I don't need to read any of that. Let's see. Not too bad at all. And I will hand fly this, by the way. Oops. Oh. Let me see if my girl needs anything real quick before I continue. Years ago, a flight instructor was asked what the letters ATP meant. He replied, always totally proficient. Well, it doesn't quite mean that, but the definition is close enough for our purposes. After this lesson, you'll be almost totally proficient flying ILS approaches in the Boeing 737. This lesson will cover the details of making ILS approach in the Boeing 737. In it, you have a chance to apply all that you've learned on the 2 previous ATP lessons. So let's begin at the beginning of the approach. Approach self-briefing. Now that we know the local airport conditions, the local altimeter setting, and the expected active runway for arrival, we can begin to get organized for the approach. This is especially relevant since a major organ, your brain, is involved in this process. Now it's time to review the approach chart for the approach you'll fly. If you haven't done so already, this next time use the autopilot to fly the plane where you focus your attention on the approach information. You can read my brief article, Autopilot Fundamentals, or you can learn a lot more about it in the Learning Center article using the autopilot. I don't need to. The pre-approach briefing should take place prior to reaching the initial approach fix, or IAF. Make sure you have the correct chart for the airport runway and approach used. And also make sure it's an updated chart too. That's very important. The charts can be outdated. The key elements to briefing include the following. The airport elevation, the primary navigation aid and its frequency, the direction of the inbound course, the altitude at which the glide slope is intercepted, the name of the final approach fix, the minimum descent points, such as altitude, DME, or time, depending on the type of approach, the missed approach procedure, any specific visibility requirements, such as 1 mile or 5,000 feet. You most likely will not be tuning the radios and setting inbound courses at this point. This will be done when it's time for the approach checklist. We will still need to follow a standard arrival procedure or follow ATC's instructions as they vector us down from cruise altitude. The approach. We've already covered the basics of descent planning and speed control, and it's now time to transition into the airport environment and land. As a flight simulator pilot equipped with the appropriate approach place for the airport and runway, there's often a coverage gap in the chart between the end of an arrival and the entry to the charted approach procedure for the runway of choice. If you are flying using the ATC features in Flight Simulator, you will be radar, quote, vectored, given specific headings to fly onto the final approach course. If you're flying without ATC, you need to plan to be at a certain altitude, speed, and heading in order to successfully intercept the final approach course properly configured. Approach and landing tips. Be 3,000 feet above ground level when 10 nautical miles from the runway. Gear down, flaps 15 at 160 knots. Be 1,500 feet above ground level when 5 nautical miles from the runway. Gear down, flaps 30 and 150 knots. Figure 3-1. I can barely see this, but yeah, whatever. A rough rule of thumb for this approach transition area is to plan to be 3,000 feet above ground level at 10 nautical miles from the airport. While properly configured and established on the localizer. Approaching this 10 nautical mile point, you want to be slowed to no more than 170 knots with the flaps set to 5. Shown in figure 3-1. As the glide slope comes alive, starts moving away from the forward deflection, you'll want to extend the gear, increase flaps to 15, and slow to 160 knots. At 3,000 feet AGO and 10 nautical miles out, you should be close to intercepting, if not the glide slope. Keep in mind that these are appropriate altitudes and distance to place you close to a 3-degree descent path for final approach. Each approach is different to allow for items such as terrain and ground obstructions. At the final approach fix, FAF set flaps to 30 for landing, set power between 53% and 55% N1. Fly the glide slope down to a smooth landing. Whether you're being vectored by ATC or followed your own descent path, the key to successful approach and landing is being prepared. This means you have the right chart out for the approach, as you've already done doing your descent checklist, right? And tune the radios to correct frequencies and set inbound course. Briefing yourself on the approach procedure and key altitudes is important, as is having the proper mental image of the procedure so that you can stay ahead of the approach. So the important thing he's saying here is you need to be planned, you need to know what you're doing. The approach and landing. Figure 3-2. Once you're established on the localizer, as you can see here, with the glide slope indicator, quote, alive, which is this here, configure with the gear down, flaps to 15 and slowing to your tackle speed of 150 knots, or the appropriate US speed for your weight, if you're going to that level of detail. You're ready to intercept the glide slope and flying it on down to the runway. At the point of glide slope intercept from below, where you're still, quote, 1 dot low, so like here, as shown in figure 3-2, with the glide slope needle moving downward, set the final landing flaps to 30 and set your power to about 53% N1. Begin your pitch down to 0 degrees and monitor your position left or right relative to the localizer and high or low relative to the glide slope. Tracking an ILS. The best way to fly an ILS approach with the needle centered is to be properly configured, trimmed, and on speed at the final approach fix. To correct flight path deviations, make frequent small corrections when tracking the localizer and glide slope. Waiting too long to fix the deviation will send you into, quote, pilot-induced oscillation, or PIO, getting you farther behind the process. Could also result in knocking down a few trees by not remaining on the glide slope. Tracking the glide slope. If you're above the glide slope with the pitch set correctly at 0 degrees, then reduce your pitch to recapture the glide slope while simultaneously reducing power by 1% to 2% N1 to keep your airspeed from increasing. If you are below the glide slope with the pitch set correctly at 0 degrees, then increase your pitch slowly to recapture the glide slope while simultaneously adding power 1 to 2% N1 to keep your airspeed from decreasing. Now, what he says here, if you're below the glide slope, increase your pitch. You don't necessarily need to do that because basically you can chase the glide slope down, but not too much. Do not chase the glide slope up. So if the glide slope is above, like it is here, do not pitch up. Just wait. It'll come down to you. So just wait for that. Okay. So don't do what he says here. Don't just don't do what he says here. How much, increase pitch, just add power. Don't do that. Just wait for it to come to you. Stay in your current position and wait for the glide slope to come down to you, because it will, as long as you're on the localizer. Okay. The secret to recapturing a rearward glide slope needle is to make pitch and power changes simultaneously, so to maintain the desired airspeed during the recapture. If your glide slope and your airspeed is either too high or too low, then make a 1 to 2% N1 power adjustment or moving your elevator to maintain the desired pitch. If your pitch is not stabilized, you will have a difficult time capturing and staying on the glide slope. To maintain the configuration, pitch and power settings provided, use small power adjustments to maintain the glide slope. Tracking the localizer. If you are left the localizer course but on heading, turn right 2 degrees. Level the wings and be patient. As you recapture the localizer, turn back to your inbound course. Use the opposite technique if you are right of the course. If you are 2 dots or more off center line, turn to a heading up to 5 degrees off the inbound course and level the wings. Use the width of the heading bug to limit the degrees of correction to use. It's wise to avoid making more than half a standard rate turn when making course corrections in ILS. Again, make small changes and have patience. Can also get a lot of help learning to fly ILS from the flight director mode on the autopilot. It'll let you read about that on your. I'll let you read about that on your own. An instrument scan. Making small, frequent corrections means you'll need to scan your instruments rapidly. As you learn the instrument rating lessons, technique for scanning instruments in the Boeing 737 is a little different than the Cessna Skyhawk, but your earlier training should help a lot here. The primary instrument used as the center point is the artificial horizon, which is this here, or the attitude direction indicator, attitude director indicator, ADI in this aircraft. The goal is to start at the ADI, reference the other key instruments one at a time, returning to the ADI. HSI refers to the horizontal situation indicator, PSI refers to the vertical speed indicator. Instruments to scan: 1. ADI, here, so this box here. 2. VSI, which is this here. 3. HSI, which is this here. 4 is airspeed indicator, so this here. 5 is N1, so this here. And 6 is altimeter, so this here. So the VSI is this one over here, altimeter is this here. One scan pattern that works well for Boeing 737 is the following: ADI, VSI, ADI, 1, 2, 1. So 1, 2, 1. Or ADI, HSI, ADI, 1, 3, 1. So 1, 3, 1. So 1, 2, 1, 1, 3, 1. ADI, VSI, ADI, 1, 2, 1. So 1, 2, 1. ADI, airspeed indicator, ADI, 1, 4, 1, 1, 4, 1. ADI, VSI, ADI, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1. ADI and 1% ADI, 1, 5, 1, 1, 5, 1. ADI, VSI, ADI, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1. And then finally, ADI, altimeter, ADI, 1, 6, 1, 1, 6. Oops, sorry, 1, 6, 1. Try not to fixate on any one instrument. Take a mental snapshot of the instrument as you return your scan to the ADI. Play required corrections as you scan other instruments. This is the fun part. Skip instruments you do not need to scan. If your airspeed is where you want it and stabilize, you can skip the N1% and check in that round. As you near the approach end of the runway, the localizer and glide slope needles will be more sensitive, so don't make fun of them. And by the way, I don't know if I said this in the previous videos, but you want to use your airspeed to control your altitude. Oh no, your pitch to control your airspeed, and throttle to control your altitude. So pitch, airspeed, and throttle to control the altitude, or rate of descent. As you near the approach of the runway, locals and glide slope needles will be more sensitive, so don't make fun of them. These needles will show a change faster than when you began the approach. Reduce the demonstration and apply big corrections now down near the bottom of the ILS. Use the same small but frequent corrections and you'll keep ahead of the process. So a properly configured and well-trimmed airplane is easy to fly. Remember to, quote, set N1 descent power in the specified range. 2. Use the target speeds as recommended. 3. Use the flap setting specified. 4. Fly the pitch as recommended. By keeping those 4 points in mind, the neos will move slowly and be easily correct. You might also want to review and perhaps print the approach and landing quick reference tables straight into visual approach and how to land. I have this printed out. Does it get any better than this? Maybe, but you have to admit that flying an ILS approach to Boeing 737 is a wonderful experience. I think you're ready to give ILS lesson a try. So have at it. Just remember that it takes practice to get good at anything. So feel free to review this ground school lessons many times as you desire and print the quick reference tables. Suppose that during the ILS, the localizing neos keep hitting their stops as they race up, down, left, right, and left. If this happens, it's possible that one of your passengers might say, "Hey, I think you left your turn signal on." If you hear this, don't be embarrassed. Just keep repeating this lesson until the needles remain steady during the approach. That's called learning. Okay, see you in the cockpit. Click the flight assessment link to practice what you just learned. Flight assessment. Airline Transport Pilot Lesson 3. 4 ILS approach. In this lesson, you'll learn to fly an ILS approach in the Boeing 737. Estimated time to complete, 25 minutes. Required knowledge and skills. To complete all student, private, commercial, and instrument lessons before beginning this lesson, reading the ground school material before starting this lesson, or prepare the skills being taught and terminology used in the lesson. The weather. You'll encounter mostly cloudy conditions with some rain. Those ceilings are forecasted, so you'll need to fly an aircraft referring only to instruments. This could be hard because I'm doing it, I'm going to be doing it, hand flying. Recommended charts. Chart. So chart is this. So that's the chart there. About the flight. In this lesson, you'll fly a descent and 4 ILS approach into Boeing Field. You can either hand fly the lesson or use the autopilot for the entire lesson. This lesson does not teach using the autopilot, so you must bring those skills to the lesson if you choose to use the autopilot. Notes. You'll need to be familiar with how to adjust the CDR in this aircraft. Course deviation indicator. You need to know how to tune the radios, including change of frequencies between active and standby positions. You may want to have a pad of paper and pencil ready for quick calculations to copy your clearance. You may also want to print the approach chart. This lesson assumes you know how to use the autopilot if you like to use it, or proficient with precise pitch, speed, and up to control the aircraft. Key commands to remember: F7 to operate flaps, G to operate landing gear, shift/to arm the spoilers. Flight criteria. You'll be asked to maintain airspeed within 15 knots is assigned, altitude within 200 feet is assigned, headings within 10 degrees is assigned, bank no more than 10 steeper and no more than 5 degrees shallower than assigned. Power settings within no more than 2 degrees above and no less than 5% below N1 is assigned. Pitch altitude within 3 degrees is assigned except on landing flare, where pitch angle would be no more than 5 degrees and no less than 2 degrees notes at pitch altitude. Oh god, it's gonna suck. Vertical speed within 400 feet per minute during descent. Alright. Without further ado, guys, let's do it. Flight assessment now. I'm not going to print the chart, but again, this is what it looks like. I'm not sure which direction we're coming from or anything, but yeah. So flight assessment now. Let's do this.
In this lesson, you'll use the skills you've learned so far in the ATP lessons and then learn how to fly a full ILS approach in this 737. We'll fly the same ILS approach you flew in the instrument lessons, which is the ILS runway 13 right approach into Seattle's Boeing Field. This way you can see how much different it is to fly approaches in smaller and bigger aircraft. You're approaching Olympia VOR. Your job is to cross the Seattle VOR at 6,000 feet. So between here and there, I'm going to let you show me what you've learned so far. I'll keep tabs on your progress and tell you to do a few things, but mostly I want you to get us to the Seattle VOR so we can start the ILS lesson. You've got a little time before we cross the Olympia VOR, so plan your descent.
Okay, so 18 minus 6, 12 times 3,
Okay,
36.
your clearance is to cross Olympia VOR at flight level 180. Then proceed to the Seattle VOR via the inbound 022 degree course. Do not exceed 250 knots. Cross Seattle VOR at 6,000 feet. Then proceed to the NOLA outer marker on the 323 degree course from the Seattle VOR.
Okay, roger.
Okay, Captain. You have control of the aircraft. Take us to the Olympia VOR and then the Seattle VOR.
Okay, so that's straight ahead. Seattle VOR is 10.6, no 8. I think right. 16.8. About to cross over any second. Just be quiet there because my girl's sleeping.
There's the Olympia VOR. Track to the Seattle VOR as instructed in your clearance. I'd suggest getting your radio set up before your descent as described in the briefing.
250 knots. Do that. Do. Okay. God, I'm sweating. Doing pretty good so far. Hand flying the whole thing.
You're doing a good job tracking inbound to the VOR.
Doing pretty good.
You're on a good descent profile. Well done.
Fuck yeah. Pretty good. Set a little faster. Here we go.
Okay, good job. Now turn left to a heading of 323 degrees and track the 323 degree course from the Seattle VOR. Descend to 2,200 feet. You should also slow to 200 knots. Fly to the NOLA outer marker, which is also at 12.3 DME from the VOR.
Here we go. This is hard. Perfect. Shit. Fucking hand flying this whole thing.
We're just about to reach NOLA. When the ADF needle swings, turn left to a heading of 310 degrees. Turn left more.
Didn't swing yet, mate.
You're too low. Climb.
I'm only 50 feet off. The hell?
Slow down. Now is a good time to tune the ILS on 110.9 and set your inbound course to 130. Turn right more. It's time to start the course reversal, so turn left to 265 degrees. We'll fly this leg for 90 seconds. Once you roll out, turn your landing light on, arm the spoilers, and set auto brakes to 3. You're too low. Climb.
Fuck. This is hard.
You're too low. Climb.
Dude, I'm only 20 feet off, you fucking prick.
Now it's time to reverse your course and find the localizer. So turn right to 085 degrees and fly that heading while looking to intercept the localizer. Slow the aircraft down to 180 knots and set the flaps to 5. You're too low. Climb. Lower your flaps. You're too low. Climb. You're too low. Climb. You're too low. Climb.
Oh my god. This guy. This guy sucks.
Slow down. You're too low. Climb.
Oh my god, I hate this guy.
There's some movement on the CDI, so start your turn to intercept the localizer and track inbound. Continue to maintain 2,200 feet while tracking the localizer. We're looking to intercept the glide slope, then begin our descent. You're too low. Climb.
Oh my god.
Slow down. You're too low. Climb. You're too low. Climb.
Fuck, 20 feet off and he gets pissed off. What a dick.
You're too low. climb. The glide slope needle is active, so capture the glide slope and continue flying the ILS to the decision altitude of 264 feet. Slow down. It's time to lower your gear and set the flaps to 30. Do all that in steps rather than all at once to help you keep on course and glide slope. Slow to VREF, which is 150 knots. Continue flying the approach.
Course is hard. I'm off glide slope. Right. Can't believe it. Can't believe it. I'm doing it.
I've got the runway lights in sight. Good approach. Let's land the airplane now.
Oh shit. Fuck me. That was hard.
Well done. Okay, if you've completed all the ATP lessons and practice your skills with some solo flight, I'll endorse you to take the check ride. Good luck.
Fucking hell, man. I can't believe I ran through that entire damn thing. That was hell. Shit. That was terrible. Oh, that was difficult. So as you can see here, we started here. And we went, do this. Went forward like that. Crossed over OLM. Then when we crossed over OLM, we turned right, got on the 22-degree course to Seattle. When we got there, we went outbound. You see there? Went outbound, and then we got on that like course there. Crossed this fix, and we crossed the fix. We turned there, like that, and then we turned to the course reversal. Then we did that. Got on the ILS and landed. So that's what we did. And as far as the altitude. That's what it looked like. So you stayed the same altitude and then you descended at a constant rate. Or not a constant rate, but you know what I mean. Then we descended, kept descending, then we stayed at that altitude all the way until we got to the coin slope. And we followed the glide slope all the way down and landed. So that's what we did there. This is what the whole flight looks like. So we started here, went this way, we followed the red line, this way, that way, did a course reversal, went to the ILS and landed. So that's what we did. So that's the flight analysis. That was success. And I hand through that entire thing, which is insane. I'm not doing that again. I'm not hand flying that shit again. Fuck that. With the solo flight for ILS approach, I'm going to use autopilot because fuck that shit. I'm not doing that shit again. Hand flying that shit. That was too much hell. Track inbound to the Ritz outer mark and then fly the 4 ILS approach to runway 16 right at Painfield, maintain 3,000 feet, and to establish an approach, you'll clear to land at runway 16 right, flying the Boeing 737 approach chart is as such. Okay. So what we're going to do is, depending on where we're coming from, we're going to pass this VOR, and then we're going to go outbound on the 3,000 feet, we're going to go outbound on the 337 degree course. That's what I'm going to do. 337 degree course. Until 7.9 km away from the VOR. And then once we cross that fix, I'm going to turn to 294, then do a course reversal for 1 minute, do a course reversal, a minute and a half, course reversal, and then do 159, in a 7.59 degree course inbound to the runway. So that's what I'm going to do. I'll be 3,000 feet the entire time. Okay. So that's the plan there. All right. Let's fly SSN now. Let's do it. All right. Flight seems planned. Since we start here, right next to Payne, you can see Payne's here. Come on, load. Oh, I need to. There we go. So we start the Payne here. Here's the Payne VOR, right? We are actually going to space near the head. Roger. What we're gonna do is kind of set stuff up in the cockpit a little bit. We're actually going to do a little change of plans. If we look at the chart, what we're going to do is go to the Payne VOR, not directly to the Payne VOR, because it's quite a big turn. But what we're going to do is, you know what? Hold on, let me turn tracker on. Let me, if we zoom in here. Oh no, it doesn't work. Shit. If we do this, and I turn on, I believe it's this one, right? Negative. That's the NDB's Payne. So this is the Payne Ritz. This is Ritz here. Ritz Crackers. This is Ritz Crackers NDB. Just making a little joke there. No, it's that. So you see Payne's there, right? The Payne VOR. So what we're going to do, as you can see, we have the Payne ILS on here, right? We're going to turn VOR 2 to Payne's VOR. So what we're going to do is we're going to kind of go this route up here, okay? So we get on the, let's see, 337 degree radial at 3,000 feet, okay? So we're going to maintain 3,000 feet in this case. We're going to maintain 3,000 feet. And we're going to intercept the 337 degree radial outbound for 8 nautical miles. And once we reach 8 nautical miles, we will cross over, what's it called? Ritz. And once we cross over Ritz, then we'll do the 294 degree reversal turn or whatever it is. We'll do the procedure turn, as it's called. Okay, so I'm going to go back to airports. Nope, that's NDB. Go back to airports here, right? So that's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do right there, okay? So, I will do this part paused, okay? Actually, no, it's cheating. Never mind. So let me go here. Unpause. Turn the speed to 200 knots. 200 knots. Oops. Altitude. Heading to probably here. And then I'm going to tune my radios to 110.6. 10.6. Nav 2, 10.6. That's pain VOR. We're going to turn a little bit more. 660. I'm going to turn the course to 159er, okay? Because that's the ILS. Yep, a little too much. A little too much again. Damn it. 159er, okay? So that's what we're doing. And we're going to intercept the 337 degree course. 337 degree course. Oh, we need to turn. Oh shit, I'm screwing this up. I'm botching this a little bit, but you know, what can you do? It's not perfect. So I'm actually gonna go do that. Check it back on. So this is how you do this with autopilot, okay? Can't believe I flew it before without autopilot and just hand flew the whole thing. That was fucking insane. Some nice waves, got some boats and stuff. I don't know why the VOR is not working. Maybe I need to switch VOR to nav 1 on 0.6. There we go. Uh, 339, right? What was it, 337? 337, roger. We need to turn to our thing at some point. Okay, so NDB, no. Right, there's pain. So we need to. We're over the NDB now. pretty much. So we need to actually turn to, I know I'm watching this, but we need to turn to 294. There we go. And then 114. 294, and when we roll out, we're going to do 1 minute and a half. So, let's see if we can do this. Let me switch this to ILS mode. 109.3. Okay. So now we're rolling out, so come on. There we go. We'll do a minute and a half. So when this gets 1 round and then to 30. Okay, that's what we're going to do. And then 114 degrees for the reversal. And then 159er. 159er, in fact, let's do that now. We don't need the map anymore. One 159er. Oh no, that's 059er, sorry. 159er. There you go. Almost 1 minute. There's 1 minute. 30 seconds left. Let's descend to 2,200. We're supposed to do that. Forgot about that. 2,200. I think 180 knots. Alright, there's minute. Reset. There we go. Now let's turn right to 114, I think it is, right? 114? Yeah, 114. I believe it's 114. I don't fully remember. There we go. Now since we're on autopilot, we can just see the sights. The plane will do everything for us. Have you ever been in a plane where it does like 30-degree bank at low altitude? It's so scary, oh my god. It's like when it does this, it's so fucking scary. Cause like you're at low altitude and shit. It's like, oh my god. Oh, we need to be at 5 degrees. Forgot about that. 5 degrees flaps. And when we intercept the ILS, we have a long straight approach for us. Pretty dope, right? Should get the localizer at some point. pretty good in my opinion. You're doing pretty good here. Let's turn back. Well, actually, no, let's leave it. Let's turn a little bit. We might not get the ILS as far out. Oh yeah, we are. There we go. So let's turn right. Actually, let's do VR lock. One 5 9 right. You got the localizer. God, that's sensitive. Fuck. Let's go down to 150. To establish on the glide slope. We're on the glide slope, this needle here. We're gonna... Actually, let's do flaps 30, get down. Oh shit. I'm cocking this up. Yeah, it's doing back and forth, we're screwing up here. Here, let me undo this and let me get us on the glide slope, because the thing is all messed up. The it's all messed up, so let me get us back on. Get us back on. VR lock. There we go. It's all messed up still. What the hell? Alright, there's the glide slope, so let's do approach. Fuck, we are cocking this up. I probably should just hand flew this, to be honest. Hand flew this portion anyway. It is totally cocking up here. Come on, turn, mate. There we go. There we go. That's the approach right there that we need. That's what we need right there. It's got the glide slope and the localizer. Beautiful. That's what we need right there. Perfect. This is what we need right here. So I will take over throttle. And I'll take over. A bit low. Take over. Little high. Little high. There, rest. Idle.
Don't sink.
I'm good. I'm good, mate. Beautiful. Nose down. Brakes. No thrust reversers for this. It's because I don't feel like it. You did it, guys. We did it. We fucking did it. So that is how you land. That's how you do a full ILS approach in a Boeing 737 with the autopilot. When I did it before, I did it hand flown with Rod's guidance. This is how you do it. How you read the chart and stuff. And this is how you do it, you know, with the autopilot. It's much easier with the autopilot. You just gotta be careful doing final, that you get, you know, the localizer and glycer properly, and you don't have it, and you don't go on like a wobbly back and forth thing like we did. You have to be careful of that. That can happen, especially when you're going quick. Okay, it doesn't happen as much in a slower jet or a slow Cessna or whatever, but it happens a lot. It can happen in an airliner, so you gotta be careful with that. Sometimes you gotta take manual control like we did. Okay, so yep, let's look at the flight analysis. Alright guys, so we are on the flight analysis portion. So we can see exactly what I did. So just to make it simple, let's go to the whole thing just so you can see what we did, okay? This is basically what we did. So we did this, we went here, and then you can see we had a really big long you know, course reversal or whatever it's called. We did a big long one. It shouldn't have been that big, but yeah, it is what it is, to be honest. So we did that, and we turned left, and then we did right, and then we got on the localizer, and it came in and landed. So let me do that a bit slower here. So we started here, right? We go forward, went forward, turned right, tried to intercept the course from the VOR, but we failed. We actually passed that, and we had to turn all the way around like that, and we ended up crossing Payne, you know, at a really weird angle like that, and then we kind of just went straight to the procedure turn like that, and then when we got a minute and a half, we turned around like that. And then we turned and then tried to intercept the localizer and the glider, which we did, and then we went all the way back in, and we kind of just did this sort of squiggly thing, which was not what was supposed to happen, but we did that anyway, and we came in and then we landed. Okay, landed manually. So for the altitude, this is what we got. Okay, so we're at 3,000 feet the whole time, and then we did that. We just kind of did the same thing. And once we crossed Payne, we kind of went. We were supposed to. We kind of had that dip there, but we were supposed to be at 2,200 feet for a while, and we didn't do that, so we kind of messed it up a little bit. And then we kind of stayed at 2,200 feet here, and then we kind of went up and down, and it was kind of wobbly because we were turning in shit. But we finally found the blind slope and came in and landed. So it wasn't ideal, but that in general is how you do it, okay? If you want to be by the book perfect, you know, it's generally not perfect. It's generally never actually perfect, because It's so hard to. There's so many factors and variables involved, but that was okay. It wasn't. I wouldn't give myself an A grading for that for any means. I would probably give myself a Charlie, average rating for that. That'd be legit average. It wasn't above average, and it wasn't great. It was, it was just okay. It was just okay. So that's a solid C. Okay. So that's the flight analysis there. Okay. So now let's end the flight. And we have one more thing left, guys, and that is the ATP check ride. That's right, we've done it. We've done everything up until the ATP check ride. This is the last check ride we need in the Learning Center series. I'm super excited to get this done. So the ATP check ride. Airline Transport Pilot check ride. In this track, we do demonstrate the skills learned in the ATP lessons category. Estimated time to complete 45 minutes. Required knowledge and skills. You should complete all ATP lessons and solo flights before starting this track ride. The weather. Expect to encounter changing weather from clear skies to cloudy conditions. The winds are light today. Okay, Roger. Recommended charts. Let's look at the chart. Okay, so it's the same thing. Okay, same chart. About the flight. This track ride tests the skills learned in the ATP lessons. Let's see. Okay. Oh god. This track ride tests the skills learned in the ATP lessons. The flight departs Portland, Oregon, KPDX, flies over the Olympia VOR, OLM, flies over the Payne VOR, PAE, and flies a Fort ILS approach and landing in the Payne field, KPAE. You'll fly the Boeing 737. You will depart from runway 28 right in Portland and make a climbing right turn to fly the 332 degree course to the Olympia VOR. Perform a takeoff, climb, and level off at flight level 280. I'm going to use the autopilot for this entire flight, by the way. No fucking way am I doing this hand flown. Adhere to given airspeeds, including the 250 knot restriction below 10,000 feet in both departure and descent into Payne. Calculate the best descent profile across the OLM VOR at flight level 220. Okay. So we need to cross the Olympia VOR at 220, okay, and accomplish that descent. Calculate the best descent profile across the Payne VOR at 3,000. And accomplish that descent. Fly the Fort ILS runway 16 right approach into Kilo Papa Alpha Echo, so Payne. Land successfully on runway 16 right. Your examiner will keep track of how many tolerances you might exceed in each of the 3 segments of the flight. You will be allowed to break 1 tolerance per segment, but no more than 2 for the entire flight. If you exceed tolerance for a segment or the entire flight, the examiner will notify you of the unsatisfactory check ride and will not conduct any further checking. You will then have the choice to continue flying on your own at the end of the flight. If you complete all tasks satisfactorily, you'll be awarded with the Flight Sim ATP certificate. Key commands to remember. All key commands used to fly Boeing 737 in the ATP lessons. Flight criteria. In this track ride, you expect to maintain any assigned altitude, airspeed, and heading within the following tolerances. Overall criteria. Descents. No more than 4,000 feet per minute. Roger. Climbs. No less than 170 knots airspeed. Indicated airspeed. Airspeed. Does not exceed 250 knots and below 10,000 feet. Segment 1 criteria. Configure aircraft properly for takeoff. Flaps set to 5, auto brake set to RTO, and landing light on. Take off with proper power. Take off at 95% N1, plus or minus 3%. Oh god. Plus or minus 3%, that sucks. Sets climb power to within 2,500 feet above ground level. Climb Climb power within. Okay, so climb power is 90%. Yeah, climb at 90% and 1, plus or minus 3%. Take off within speed ranges. Rotate at or after 154 knots indicated airspeed. Fuck this, I'm gonna print this shit out because there's no way I can remember all this. Rotate at or after 154 knots indicated airspeed. Positive rate of climb before 170 knots indicated airspeed. Configure aircraft for climb. Gear up initiated within 1500 feet above ground level. Set flaps to 0 after exceeding 200 knots indicated airspeed. After exceeding. Fly climb out between 235 and 250 knots. Maintain between 235 and 250 knots. Level off at flight level 280 before 25 DME. Okay, flight level 280 before 25 DME. Level off at flight level 280 is 28,000 feet prior to 25 DME from Olympia, I believe. Navigate on course to OLM on 332 degree course. Track within 3 miles of center line. Cross OLM at flight level 220, submitting to criteria within plus 1,000 feet or minus 200. Plus 1,000 feet or minus 200. Navigate to Paine VOR on 003 degree course. Plus or minus 10 degrees of course. Okay. So we got 10 degree window. Okay. Course Paine at 3,000. Plus 500 feet or minus 50 feet. Oh god, that's horrible. Turn to 339 degree course. Track within 1 mile of center line. Turn to 339 degree course, roger. Okay. So you cross Paine at 3,000. We need to turn to 339 degree course. Okay. What is that on the chart? Let me see real quick. Yep, 339. So here, 339. Then segment 3 criteria 54 LS approach, maintain 3,000 feet plus 300 or minus 50. Oh god, that's terrible. Oh my god. There's no way I'm hand flying this shit. Fly 339 degree course within 1 mile of center line. Roger. Initiate procedure turn after crossing Ritz. Fly course reversal turn of 294 degrees within 10 degrees. Initiate turn to 114 between 60 and 90 seconds after rolling out on first course reversal turn. Turn to 114 between 60 and 90 between 60 and 90 seconds after rolling out on first course reversal turn. Roger. So a little over a minute. So we'll do a minute 15 for that. Okay, to make it simple. Minute 15 and more initiate turn to 114. Fly course reversal turn of 114 degrees with 10 degrees. Track ILS without full needle deflection. Oh god, that's gonna suck. Course middle marker without 4 needle deflections. Configure aircraft for landing. Set flaps to at least 30. Set auto brakes to at least 1. Arm spoilers. Oh, you have to arm the spoilers, huh? Okay, so I need to apparently arm the spoilers. So I need to put that in the controls because I turned that off. Fly approach within speed ranges. Do not exceed 200 knots indicated airspeed after Ritz. Do not fly slower than 145 knots between Ritz and middle marker. Land and bring aircraft to 4-stop on runway. Deploy thrust reverse, disgrace thrust reverse off before stopping. Stop on runway service. Okay, so I'm gonna print this out because there's no fucking way. So now that's printing, yeah, I'll be good. So let me just go to here. Go to here real quick. Controls, buttons, keys, systems. What is it? Systems, right? No. Spoilers? No. Fuck, what is it? Control services? Spoilers, roger. I'll just do this for now. Do that for now. So that's what I'm gonna do. A to B check ride. So let's do it. Flight check ride now. Alright, let's do this. It's gonna be hard. I lowered the graphics as you can see.
On this check ride, I'll expect you to fly from Portland, Oregon to Payne Field in Washington, as described in the flight briefing. To earn the Flight Simulator ATP certificate, I'm looking for precision in your flying. Throughout this flight, I'll be paying close attention to the criteria listed in the briefing. Because I'm an examiner, I won't coach you or point out errors along the way. However, at a few checkpoints along the way, I'll announce if you've done well to that point or if you exceeded any tolerances. If you're doing well, I'll give you your next clearance. If you exceed the criteria listed in the briefing, I'll inform you that you've not passed the check ride. At that point, you can choose to continue flying on your own without further evaluation, or you can end the flight. On this flight, I'll monitor air traffic control and give you all of your clearances, but I expect you to tune the navigation radios. All right? Good luck.
Great.
Your departure instructions are to intercept the 332-degree course to the Olympia VOR. Climb and maintain flight level 280. I want you to level off before you reach 25 DME from the Olympia VOR. Then set cruise power to fly at 300 knots indicated airspeed. Go ahead and configure the aircraft for takeoff. When you're ready, you are cleared for takeoff on runway 28 right.
Oh, great. So what I'm going to do is 0.6, do that. Then I'm going to do that, turn those on. And then go here, flaps 5, brakes LTO, and 1, I'll do that to 90 to make it easy. 4, 5. Then we're doing this on. And then heading select, altitude select, and then I'll do that. And this to right now. I think we're good for takeoff. So, alright, so brakes on, 95% N1. Alright, brakes off. No way I'm hand flying this thing. We reach 184, we're gonna rotate. Rotate. And gear up. And then R2 off. Pops up. And we captured it, so we're going to turn right. Go to 4,000 because we can't go past 250 knots below 10,000 feet. I'm going to up the sim rate a bit to 2. It's going to be quicker here. So we can So I think we need to, let's do that. We're gonna, so, let's see if we can calculate this here. So we're at 28,000 feet. For 28,000 feet, we need to descend. 28 minus 22, that's 6, times 3, that's 18. So we're going to descend at like 25. DME, we're going to start our descent. Actually, let's go back up. It's a long flight, so that's why I'm at 2 times speed. Let's go up a little bit more, 4 times. We're doing this pretty well. 7, 8. We need to get up to 300 knots, as you can see here. Sim rate normal. Come on, we need to descend. Get up there. Need to descend now. Need to descend now. 3. Let's say it's 95, I'm descending. 95, alright, descending. And then this, I'll turn this down to 240. set the sim rate again. Hopefully this works. Beautiful. We're almost there. Hopefully she said we did a good job.
You've done well so far
Nice.
on this flight. Your clearance now is to cross the Olympia VOR at flight level 220, then fly the 003 degree course to the Payne VOR. Cross the Payne VOR at 3,000 feet. Then, fly the 339 degree course outbound from the VOR.
You're doing that right. $3,000 feet, right? Is that right? I think that's right. Just staying on idle power. Let's do simulation rate 4. Let's do that real quick. We're on to a thermal. Great. Jump speed. Let's do that again. Alright, we might as well switch to 9.3. When she speaks again, whether we do well or not, I'm going to actually pause the sim so that I can set this stuff, because what's going to happen is going to happen very quickly. So I'm going to pause. Unless I think I can do it quickly. I'll try to do it quickly. What was there? So we need, from the chart, we need to be on 339. So we're going to go to 339. Of course it's going to be 339. Stressful. Alright, here we go, guys. So, you ready to switch this to what's it called? Actually, I will pause.
You straight off of the 003.
Alright, so I'm going to switch this to 339. And then I'm just gonna do that. And then I'll do 200 knots. I'll do that.
Course to the Payne VOR. You're continuing to do well on this flight. You're now cleared to fly the published ILS runway 16 right approach into Payne Field. Maintain 3,000 feet until established on the ILS. I'm doing good thus far.
once this hits 8 DME, I'm going to turn to the left to 294 degrees. Get this sprint ready too. Maybe try in a second there. Alright, there's that. So now 294. And we're going to switch this to 0.3. I'm going to switch this to 159. Alright, start the timer. I think I'm doing this right. Wait till like probably 10. To a minute 10 maybe. I'm actually going to take the speed manually. Alright, let's turn right to 114. To get down. To that. Big armed. on, mate. There we go. There we go. We just made that. We just made that. I think we got everything right. Yeah, we did. Now we just need to land with the glide slope. I just need to land this bitch. Hopefully we can. Hopefully we don't fuck it up. I know it's very picky. I'm so nervous. I'll take the speed, taking control. Easy movements, Ice, easy movements. You got this, Ice, you got this. It'll come down to you. Relax, Ice. Relax, it'll come down to you. Mess with the trim a little bit. To the right. Okay. We do it. Fuck, that was insane. Did we do it? Oh, holy shit.
You did not maintain your assigned altitude of 3,000 feet.
Yes, I did.
You did not maintain the proper airspeed.
Yeah, I
You
did.
did a pretty good job of flying this check ride. You exceeded no more than 2 parameters in the criteria listed in the briefing,
Beautiful.
which are passing marks. You may print and display the ATP certificate proudly.
Yo. We fucking did it. I can't believe it. I can't believe I actually did that. Holy shit, that was a bitch. That was fucking hell. Oh my god. But we did it. So, let's look at the flight analysis. So we started here. Basically started here and went all the way up. Where did we go? Oh, no, we went to Seattle. Start from Portland, Oregon. Let me show you, since the last one, let me just show you the basic route. So we took off, went that way. Then we went over that VOR, went that way. Went over that VOR. And then went here, then did the procedure turn, and then turned around, got on the ILS and landed. So let's go back to what we're doing here. Fuck, I can't believe it. So we took off, took us a while, but we took off, finally took off, we turned right, and we climbed the whole time, okay, climbed the whole time. Kept going, tried to get on that radio for that VOR, and we were kind of messing about on that. We finally did that, finally got on the radio, on the VOR there, as you can see there. Kept going, kept going, kept going, kept going. Passed some things on the way. And here's OLM here, Olympia VOR. We kept going, kept going, kept going, kept going. When we passed OLM, we turned right, as you can see there. Turned right, as you can see there. Kept going, kept going. And then just descended and got on that radio to the appropriate radio to the Seattle VOR. Kept going, kept going, kept going. Kept going, kept going, kept going, and then Seattle VOR is right. No, that's Payne VOR. Sorry, we landed at Payne, not Seattle. God damn it, what's wrong with me? And then we crossed the VOR, turned left, went outbound on 339 degree radio from the Payne VOR, crossed that there Ritz. We crossed Ritz, and then we initiated the procedure turn, and then we went outbound for like a minute and 15 seconds or whatever. Then we did the course reversal right there, as you can see there. Then we went and tried to get on that ILS immediately. Tried to get on the ILS since we were going so fast. We got on the ILS and we landed. And let's look at the altitude that we did. Let's go, where are we? I don't know what that button does. Center aircraft. Okay, there we go. That's a good one. Alright, so we took off. Oh no. Yeah, we're right there. You can see we took off. We went a pretty decent descent, or ascent up. We just kept ascending, ascending, ascending as we were trying to get to 28,000 feet. As you can see, kept ascending, ascending, ascending. We kind of messed with the vertical speed a little bit. Sorry, we messed with the vertical speed a little bit to try to be below. Well, we got up to 20,000 feet. We leveled off. You can see there. We leveled off. Then we kept going, and then we finally initiated our descent once we got up to 300 knots. We initiated our descent, and we descended at a constant rate till we got to the Olympia VOR, and we got to our altitude we needed to be at, which is 22,000 feet here. Then we crossed Olympia VOR, and then we started our descent. Okay, we went to 3,000 feet. You zoom out here. We started our descent, you can see there. And then we went to 3,000 feet. We stayed at 3,000 feet. And then we crossed Payne VOR, turned left, went outbound, 339. Then we stayed at 3,000 feet until we got on the ILS and the glide slope. Come on. That's the glide slope which was there. We went there, and we got on the glide slope, and the jet flew the glide slope pretty much perfectly, as you can see there. And we swam on the glide slope, and we landed. I almost crashed because the fucking camera was being weird. I don't know what happened to it. What was going on with the camera? It was being weird. I don't know if you noticed, but the camera was being weird. But yeah, that was our flight, guys. That's what I did. That was the ATP check ride. Oh my god, I'm never doing that shit again. That was fucking hell. That was so stressful. Oh my god, I'm never doing this shit again. But yeah, so that's that. So we did that. Look at that, Airline Transport Pilot. Congratulations, you successfully passed this check ride. Please check your name in the space below and click OK. Iceman. Okay. Airline Transport Pilot. Check it out, guys. This document certifies that Iceman has successfully completed the Airline Transport Pilot check ride, has met all examination standards, and has been found to be properly qualified to exercise the privilege of a flight simulator Airline Transport Pilot. Done! Did it! Alright guys, well, that is officially everything. That we did all of the Learning Center. Lessons, solo flights, check rides, everything. That's it. We did it. We did everything. So that is officially the end of this series, of the Learning Center series. I wanted to do it mainly because I wanted to do something no one else has done. So, but yeah. So, that's all for this series, guys. I hope you enjoyed it. I know it was long. It took me a while to get them out, but finally got them all out. So, that's all for this part, guys. If you'd like to smash like button like a badass, leave a comment. I'll see you guys next time. Farewell.